go into a 30-minute break. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant here in Hong Kong. I'm Ed Bixon for Vintage Sports, together with Mark Wilson. This is the concluding day of a three-night affair called The Color of Money, a 100,000 US dollar pot winner-take-all between Earl Strickland of the United States and Efren Reyes of the Philippines. And Mark, we've certainly seen some spectacular pool these past couple of days.
Oh, the standard's very high. Mr. Strickland last night won 35 games, 16 of which were by break and run out, where Efren had absolutely no chance. And to Efren's credit, he really battled through a lot of adversity to maintain a slim margin of loss.
Well, as we start the third night, Earl Strickland leads the match 70 games to 63. And the object here is to get to 120 wins to pocket the 100,000 US dollar pot. How does it look now, Mark, with Earl having a 7-game advantage over Efren?
A 7-game lead with a talent of this nature is only a modest lead. It's by no means decisive, and I certainly think that we're going to see this match get very close before the end.
How did Earl Strickland manage to get that 7-game lead?
By mostly his style of play, the big break. He has the dynamite break, and he oftentimes is making 2 and 3 balls on the break. And even if he doesn't get a good shot on the one ball, he plays a safety that's just lethal.
What does Efren have to do now to get back into this match?
Well, Efren, he really needs to get some good starts. Last night he was at a deficit for good starting shots. He didn't get a real good turn. And Earl, by the same token, not to take anything away, but he creates a lot of offense with his big break, and a lot of times he was picking up early good shots.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in the background, we've got a good crowd on hand here, all very excited and looking forward to a great match between these two great players, Earl Strickland and Efren Reyes. Do join us when we come back.
Could we have quiet, please? Mr. Strickland to break the balls. I did it wrong. Five minutes late.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, after the 30-minute break here at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. The match stands at 85 to 75 in favor of Earl Strickland. This is now a race to 120 games. Another good break by Strickland.
And 2-ball not going in the pocket really aids his cause. The 1-ball is eminently more makeable with that big ball hanging in the pocket. You can use a little more power and bring the cue ball across the table. He's played it very nicely. And he presently is on a run of 2 racks unfinished. He's opening up this segment just like he has all the previous ones.
Well, Earl Strickland has certainly seized the day in the last few games, erected a 10-game lead. I don't think you can call it a safe lead at this juncture, Mark.
No, but it is starting to get a little bit late, and Efren's going to have to create some offense to possibly keep up with the offensive onslaught that Mr. Strickland's put on him.
Well, you'll have to come to the table to do that, but he hasn't gotten too many opportunities in the past few games.
Well, that was a really nice position shot that Strickland played. Strickland's in his real swift gait here.
That's characteristic of Strickland whenever he's playing well. It is now 86 to 75, 11-game advantage for Earl Strickland. Strickland has an 11-game lead over Efren Reyes at 86-75.
And that ties his high watermark for games won consecutive or lead-wise. And he's on a current 3-rack consecutive run.
Well, his ability to come up with monster breaks has certainly served him in good stead, Mike.
Yeah, he's perpetually making more than one ball in the break. In this instance, he's made 3. And this is power pool at its finest.
Mm-hmm.
Strickland making it look easy.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect position in the 9.
Well, he made very fast work of that. 12-game lead now at 87-75.
And once again, he's barraged Efren with 4 consecutive break and runouts.
After a 30-minute break, Earl Strickland has not given Efren Reyes an opportunity at the table. Strickland now with a 12-game advantage as he comes up with another successful break.
2 balls winning on the break. Strickland on around 4 consecutive break and runouts, plus he'd won a game previous to that to get the break. And it looks like it's just a matter of time before he picks up his 5th consecutive break and run out. They call him the $1 Million Man. Ed, you want to tell the viewers why?
Well, as you said, they had an insurance policy against anyone winning or running out 10 racks in a row, and he just beat the insurance company.
Yeah, he sure did. 10 consecutive games in tournament play. That's really doing something. Oftentimes the matches are only a match of 10 or 13 games in length, so you have to really get started in a hurry, which is a trademark characteristic of his game.
As you said, he makes real fast work of those frames. It is now 88-75 Strickland. Earl Strickland at the break again. There goes that 1 ball in the side pocket. And what is he faced with now, Mark?
Well, once again, he made 2 balls on the break, but he didn't have any fortune in finding a shot. And for sure, we're going to see a push out. Earl's just right now assessing the table and determining where he would like to push out to. And it's not going to be an easy situation to take a foul and leave something that would be favorable enough. He's going to end up having to push out to a kick shot, I believe. And by a kick shot, what I mean is the cue ball will have to hit a rail before hitting the 3. Well, looks like he'll be able to clip the 3 without having to go to the cushion if he chooses. This This makes it a very difficult safety because if he shoots right at the ball, he's going to have to worry about the cue ball running into one of these object balls on this end of the table and ending up on the same half of the table as the object ball he's playing safe from. Right now, Strickland has got the look in his eye of a man possessed. And we definitely know that he's been fighting some demons all week. I mean, he doesn't have to just beat Efren Reyes, but he has to beat the inner self. And at times he struggles with that, and at other times he conquers it.
Oh, the past few games he hasn't really been acting up as he was wont to do earlier.
He's clearly feeling more comfortable with the whole thing, and he's kind of got back into this kinder, gentler self. To Efren's credit, he really played very good, solid pool throughout the entire 3 days.
Well, Efren has struggled with his break and some mishaps in tonight's games that has totally given Earl Strickland all the opportunity to establish this big advantage.
Efren's taking his time now. He's found good position to pocket this game.
Well, certainly a refreshing game for Efren Reyes as he picks up a win. Score now stands at 88-76, a 12-game advantage for Earl Strickland. Seems like a very long time since we've seen Efren Reyes at the break.
And he stayed with his break and made a very solid break. And he's really he's picked up some bad luck here. Another kiss into the side pocket. Had that not occurred, Efren had a real good chance to run these balls out, just like Earl will have here.
Well, you were speaking about Earl fighting some demons. It looks like Efren Reyes has his own devils to contend with the break. Could he be guilty of trying too hard?
No. When you stopped the cue ball, he hit it perfect, and he stayed within his game that time. He did not. I was afraid that he might try to amp up or power up on the break, and that's when the cue ball gets loose. But no, he hit his perfect break. It's just a byproduct of misfortune. But the length of this match, I can assure you that fortune is not going to play a role in the outcome.
Earl Strickland goes back to a 13-game lead at 89-76. Well, you see Efren Reyes in a very melancholy mood there, as he's down by 13 games, 89-76. Earl Strickland at the break.
Another dynamic break.
Got 3 balls in, and that one ball just seems to get drawn into that side pocket every time Earl Strickland makes the break.
Well, I'm not sure what he has here, but oftentimes when Earl gets on one of these big rolls, he'll try a little more wild offensive opportunities, and I would not be a bit surprised to see a Earl Strickland jump shot. No, the way he's queuing up, he thinks he can get right through there and make the ball straight on. And he was exactly right. Very good judgment. Appears he's fallen a little short on the position part of this. And, I would not be a bit surprised to see a side pocket bank shot, cross side. No, he tried to make a slow spin and he committed a foul.
Well, it was Earl himself who called the foul.
Putting these balls away, coasting to the rack, and he's sure to pick up his 77th win.
But he's still down by a big margin. 12-game deficit here, facing Efren Reyes. Score stands 89 Strickland, 77 Reyes.
Reyes is set to break the line. Look at the cue ball. He's been getting it there all night tonight. And no luck. No luck. Had a nice break. Absolutely does not have a shot on the 2 ball, and now he's going to have to determine where he's going to push out to, or if he can possibly go rail first to make the 2.
Well, from our vantage point, I can't quite see what Efren Reyes has got.
I think the option is a curve shot to get to the rail right prior to hitting the 2 ball, in which case he could possibly pocket the 2 ball, but the difficulty of not only making that part of the shot, but getting the cue ball to go past the 9 ball and get up for some type of position on the 3 next makes it less than ideal. Yep, and here you can see on the monitor that it is a mass A shot to get to the rail. And this is the problem. Yeah. This was the problem. Efren was well aware that that was a possibility, but he was stuck in a situation where there just wasn't much choice. And frankly, this is just the opposite scenario of what occurred the first night. Efren was the beneficiary of some of these luckier type occurrences. Strickland's not happy with his position. He's going to have to make some type of a spectacular shot to get the 7 ball in with position.
Spectacular it is.
Yeah, it was a very nice shot. And he's found the mark for position here. I don't believe he'll have any problem putting away the 9.
And it's back to a 13-game lead for Earl Strickland. Raised to 120. It is now 90 for Strickland, 77 for Reyes.
Well, you know, the score is now becoming a problem in this match, and Strickland still needs 30 games, but by leading by 13, that would mean that Efren would have to win 43 games, while Strickland could only win 29.
That seems like a tall order at this point. You're looking at Mr. Puyat, Rolly Vicente, Efren's manager, and Mr. Ernie Fajardo, the president of the Billiards and Snooker Congress of the Philippines.
You know, Rolando Vicente is really an unsung part of Efren's terrific finishes in tournaments and play all over the world. And he certainly deserves a lot of credit.
Well, yes, he was always at the side of Efren Reyes to attend to his every need. And Efren certainly acknowledges that, and they're just the best of friends.
Strickland's pocketing balls with a lot of freedom. It appears that this shot's gotten away from him, and he's mishit it a little bit. The way he's going, I would not be a bit surprised to see the 6-ball or the 5-ball possibly go. When you're playing good things happen for you. Look at that shot.
Again, it's one of those two-way things, as you were saying.
Well, that wasn't so much. This was more of one of those things where when you're running good, you get some good rolls to go with it. He tried to make the 5 and the 6, and they both rimmed the pocket. He chose a wise use of speed, but everything's just turning out peachy for Mr. Strickland.
What a shot there by Efren Reyes.
Yeah, terrific kick shot.
Win by Efren Reyes. That's the lead.
What a terrific kick shot. Efren had to use some low right-hand English to create an angle that would be conducive to hitting a solid contact on the 5-ball.
And this just simply amazes everyone here. I'm sure even you out there on TV land saw the degree of difficulty that Efren had to contend with to make that shot.
Well, his back was against the wall, and he had to play wide open offense.
We'll hear some cheering from the crowd here.
I think it's byproduct that he made a ball in the break and didn't have any misfortune. Efren's smiling now. He just can't seem to buy a shot from the break. Real good chance we're going to see one of his patented defensive plays. Well, conversely, we saw one of his patented offensive plays.
Offensively. guess he knows he's playing catch-up here, and certainly...
yeah, safety's not going to get it at this point. It's when you play high-level 9-ball, the safeties are nowhere near as effective because these guys kick so darn good. Efren's going to have to execute a stroke here, and he's going to be awkwardly stretched on the table. These are the type shots that lesser skilled players often miscue on. These top pros only occasionally will miscue. Yeah. Hit a super stroke. Came back so effortlessly. It looks like it was easy. That was a fantastic shot.
And he picks up another game to cut the lead down to 11, 90 to 79, race to 120.
And almost more importantly than winning the racks was the fact that he broke and ran out. That's what
Yes.
that would possibly put him back in this match if he could generate some break and runouts. Well, he struck another good break here. Made a ball on the break. He's confronted with a pretty difficult thin cut on the 1-ball. I think it's a situation where he's forced to play offense here, but it's not a very easy shot. And he really needs to make sure he keeps his body still throughout this shot. Well, he stayed down long enough on the shot. It was just so difficult that he just hit it a little bit heavy.
Just a hair heavy, I guess.
Yeah, just a little bit. And you can see the one stayed right in the mouth of the pocket. And we've seen 3 or 4 balls. The few balls that he's missed, most of them have ended up right there. The price you pay for a miss at this level is so heavy, and nearly every time there's been a turnover at the table, the opponent has stepped right up there and taken advantage. That was a great position shot. He had to thread the ball through 3 balls.
We've had a bit of an accident here as one of the customers inadvertently broke glass, and so Earl Strickland is
Distracted.
and he's taking time to get his composure back, and also to allow the staff here to clean up.
Well, he's showing his kinder, gentler self, and it seems like when he's in his good mode, that's the state of mind he's in.
Well, the past few games, certainly Earl has not resorted to his verbal antics, and it has served him in good stead.
Last night, too. Here you can see the focused look on Earl's face. This man possesses phenomenal talent. To lead Efren Reyes at this juncture of the match, many of the experts predicted that he would have no chance.
Well, Efren's still in that very pensive mood. We're all set now. Earl Strickland leads at 90-79. Strickland just going on his merry way to pick up another game and re-establish a 12-game lead at 91-79.
Every time Efren gets an opportunity to make it just a little bit of a run, some catastrophic occurs, and then Earl comes back up with his big offense and generates a game or two from that, depriving Efren of the chance to really make a run at this match.
I'll remind you again, friends, that this is now a race to 120. Score at 91-79 in favor of Earl Strickland, and he has to break. He's just got perfect angle on that one ball time and again. He's been knocking it in that side pocket.
Earl made a fine shot there. That's a carom shot, and he's going to be richly rewarded with a possible game-winning shot on the 9-ball. And he hit it very well. He hit it very well. That was not an easy shot. You hear some moans in the crowd. That was a very difficult shot. You had to use some power to get it around there. And, Earl's not satisfied with his shot either. 2 balls hanging out of the pocket, just enough that you really need to be able to hit it pretty full in order to make it.
The shot of the 2-ball, what is his plan here?
Well, I think he's going to be forced to take a cue ball to the rail and come at it. It's so difficult that you just have to play wide open offense here and try to make the ball. He's made illegal contact, but Efren's going to have a pretty good chance to make the ball, I believe. Despite the awkward nature of their lay, I believe Efren will make this shot.
How do you approach this one, Mark?
Well, he's going to masse it a little bit, and that being the case, and the ceiling happens to be a little bit low here, and is going to possibly deprive him of that opportunity. 2-ball must be a little further out of the pocket, and it's Efren's in a particularly bad spot. That being the case, if he's reduced to a masse hope, it's much more difficult shot than I initially anticipated. Looks like he's going to try a double kiss shot. No, not quite enough space.
Just trying out all the options here. But it looks like his alternatives are being reduced.
Efren's committed a foul. Referee's made a good call. The nature of the foul was what we call a double hit, and when the balls are so close like that, sometimes it's hard to keep the tip from initiating contact with the cue ball after the cue ball has left the tip. Strickland now looking to make his 92nd win.
That he does. 92-79 is the score in favor of Earl Strickland. Race to 120 here between Earl Strickland and Efren Reyes at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. Score stands at 92 for Strickland, 79 for Reyes, as Strickland comes up again to the break.
Another tremendous break and another tremendous reward. He's got the 5-ball hanging. He has a good shot on the 3.
Well, that time the 1 ball ended up in the corner pocket together with the 2 on the other side.
Earl's not 100% happy with the shot on the 4, but the way he's been making balls, I think if there's any hope to make it, I think he'd make it easily. Well, he made a spectacular bank shot. Difficulty of making that bank shot precluded him from playing ideal position, and now he's confronted with yet another difficult shot. Despite the fact the 5's in the pocket, he's going to have to do something to pocket the 5 and still get some type of position. Actually, right now, he just has to worry about hitting the 5. He's going to attempt a masse. A lot of spin. Another dynamic shot. He's not out of the woods yet, though. He still has a tough shot on the 6. Looks like he thinks he can cut this in. Well, that was a 2-way shot. He knew that had he landed a little heavy, it was going to be long.
Earl Strickland has a 13-game lead over Efren Reyes.
What a nice cut. Another great shot. Just can't say enough about Efren's fighting spirit here. He's really toughed one out from a couple difficult shots. Those balls go in much freer when you're in the lead than when you're trailing.
But given the personality of Efren Reyes and what he revealed to me, that nothing really phases him during a tournament. He's just focused on winning the contest, and I'm not surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if Efren just starts going a run if he gets right breaks.
Well, he needs 40 games to win the match, so Strickland still needs 28. By no means is Efren out of it, but he sure has to get some offensive opportunities off the break in order to be able to create enough game-winning shots to get back into this match. And that was a tremendous shot. He had to go heavy into the rail, and that was even a little bit risky. A little bit of draw, bring the cue ball back off the rail. Now we're going to see a powerful backspin shot.
The 6 is on the other end of the table.
That was well executed. Cue ball's out off the cushion so that he has a little freedom to choose top or bottom on the cue ball, depending upon the exact angle that he's achieved. And that was a beautiful position shot as well.
Efren Reyes is down by 12 at 80-92.
Well, the old black cat's been following Efren tonight. Can't catch a break.
Again, a 13-game lead here for Earl Strickland at 93-80. Another one of those unfortunate occurrences dealt Efren Reyes a stunning blow there in the last game to get Earl Strickland to establish another 13-game advantage in the match. However, on the break, the cue ball flew off the table on that break by Earl Strickland.
Well, despite the fact that that's occurred, the 7 and the 9 are going to be challenging to do much with. The 6 is on the opposite end of the table, and it doesn't appear that the 7-9 have a direct route to the pocket. It would appear it's possible to bank the 9 ball, but anytime you deal with a combination bank, one, the bank by itself is iffy, but then a combination bank and you actually quadruple the difficulty, even if it's laying good. And things just haven't been going Efren's way at all. And in no large part is it that it's just purely bad luck. His opponent is just playing so superbly well. Every little bad luck thing is magnified.
Magnified, yes.
And tell you, what's so tough about some of this stuff is that you know you're going to have to make some hard shots in this rack because the balls just lay so difficult. Well, He meant to hit it going by the 9 on the way in. Yeah, mentally this rack was very trying. Yeah, even had he made the breakout, he was going to still have to make a difficult shot on the 6 ball. Now we're going to see a slow spin. Yeah, absolute stunning safety, but while it's a legal shot, it's probably not safe for the likes of Earl Strickland. He can knock these in with ease. This kid is really a ball-making machine, isn't he?
Yeah.
There was a spectacular spin shot. Used a lot of side spin on the cue ball. Allowed the side spin to twist the object ball back into the pocket.
Again, Strickland gets distracted.
What a great shot. Yeah. What a truly great shot.
Put away for win number 94 for Earl Strickland. At a 14-game advantage here.
Well, Strickland's really working hard. The entire 3 days that we've had him here, he's been nothing but a picture of high intensity.
This is the biggest lead in the match so far. 14-game lead for Earl Strickland at 94-80.
One of the rare times that I can't even remember this. Strickland didn't make a ball in the break.
What's Efren faced with now, Mark?
Well, it's not very lucky, but it's better than what he's been getting. He's probably going to have to play a safety. Oh, wow.
Is that a safety or what?
Yeah. That's a lethal safety. It just doesn't matter what the score is. Efren's performance does not deteriorate any from, you can't tell looking at him or the way he plays whether he's winning or losing. He just gives every shot 100%.
Earl Strickland fouls it.
Well, Efren's presented with a real runnable table. He wants to pick up a good position in the 2-ball here. Made it look easy. Transfer from the 3 to the 4 is the only obstacle left for him to deal with, and he wants to get a good angle on the 3 now, so it's easy to get on the 4.
You got it?
He didn't get ideal. I know it's negotiable for him, though. He's going to require some low right-hand spin, and he's got to drag the cue ball between the 5 and 7. He's got a little bit of angle to deal with here, and what happens is he's got to cut the 7 or the 4 ball so slight that the cue ball retains quite a bit of its speed. He used the 7 as a blocking ball to slow the cue ball down. You notice with these great players, they don't travel the cue ball very much around the table. It's not running all around it. Unlike what most people think they use vast amounts of English. They really don't. They try to stay in the center of the cue ball as much as possible. The game is so hard that to magnify the difficulty by putting spin on the ball and moving it all over the table only accelerates your chances of mistakes. I like the way that Earl Strickland minimizes his mistakes. He takes care of a number of the obstacles on the break. He just knocks them right in.
That's what this power game does. Well, right now it's still a commanding 13-game lead by Earl Strickland at 94-81.
Well, no one has ever beaten Efren in a length of match like this.
Score at 94-81 in favor of Earl Strickland. Race to 120.
Well, there's a dynamic break.
No, Efren Reyes has not been blessed with the kind of breaks that he'd like to have in this match. But he'll take anything that comes his way, which is positive in any way. That seems to be the problem here, Mike.
Well, it's a very thin cut back to the side pocket, and that's a small pocket at the angle that you're going to, and especially when you have to hit it with a little power. Beyond that, he has to negotiate the cue ball well with off the object balls. And he's just picked up an absolutely incredible bad roll. He hit the shot flawlessly, played the cue ball off the 7 ball, but the 7 ball rebounded back into his line. Now he's in a position that's going to be very difficult to even hit the 3 ball, let alone create anything positive. But one thing for sure, he will hit this 3 ball. I'm very confident. He's just excellent on these. He just couldn't create much positive out of it. He did the most with it once again. Every shot he's played, he gets everything he can out of it, but he hasn't been blessed with good starting shots, either tonight or last night. Like we said earlier, this Strickland offense, it magnifies any little glitch in your game. That was a good shot off the rail. Get enough power, enough accuracy. We have a pretty knowledgeable crowd. They recognize those testy shots. Strickland one stroke that one. It's really feeling good.
Boy, it shows.
Yeah, he's confidence personified.
And again, he establishes a 14-game lead at 95-81. We'll take a break. 95 to 81, 14-game lead here by Earl Strickland. Needs 120 to wrap this up. And he has just exuded a lot of confidence. It looks like he ran into some trouble here, Mike.
Well, he hit his good break, but he's blocked on the 2-ball. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him kick at this. Pushing out is not going to end up being real favorable for him, so he may have to make an offensive play at the 9-ball. The way that you would do that is to kick 2 cushions in behind the 2-ball, having the cue ball carom off the back of the 2 and send it into the 9 and the 2 down table, so you might get a 2-way play out of it. Now he executed the shot properly, and he's been rewarded by good fortune on the other end of the table. But when you hit good shots, those things happen. And that was another terrific shot. He's going to have to make a good shot to get from the 3 to the 5, though. The 3 balls approximately 6.5 feet away, and he's going to have to backspin back using power into a half pocket.
Well, we started tonight's session with a 7-game lead by Earl Strickland. At one point, Efren was able to whittle it down to only 4, but now it has ballooned once again to 14 at 95-81.
And right now, Earl Strickland's just putting on a 9-ball clinic for everybody. Even his opponent has been reduced to just being a spectator.
That has been the situation throughout this session. Efren has not had too many turns at the table, and Earl Strickland is just capitalizing on that. He now leads 96 to 81, the biggest lead in the match.
And we have quite an Asian delegation arriving fashionably late. These are some very close friends of Bob Moore's.
Bob Moore, is, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is the proprietor of Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant, the venue of this match, and Mr. Moore has also been the man behind all of this.
Absolute tremendous safety play. Earl shot from across the table, only moving the ball a few inches in the 1-ball. Even though Efren can hit it, it's not going to be easy. He needs to bring the cue ball down the table behind the 2 and the 7. And that's a tremendous shot. The bad news is he's moved the 7 down by the 9, where the 7's not a very easy ball to play position for to make it. Well, things are working out pretty nicely for Earl. Made a great shot there, and he's been rewarded for a nice hit on the ball by leaving Efren a very difficult ball to make. This has been a tremendous opportunity to learn to play good pool by watching these tapes and seeing how these pros go at these racks when confronted with all these supremely difficult situations.
Well, Efren has had to pick out a lot of rabbits from out of his hat, and seems to have a whole farm of them.
Oh, tremendous shot. He shot to what we call a blind pocket, and plus that blind pocket's only half a pocket, actually. So you have to hit that ultra clean.
Well, a more than just sizable lead that stares Efren Reyes in the face. It's a 15-game deficit that he has to make up.
Efren now visualizing the exact place he wants the cue ball to break the 7 away from the 9 so that he can reobtain position. That was a tremendous shot. He's moved the 9 down in front of the side pocket and has ideal position on the 7 ball. And those are the type of things that he does, that he's been so aptly nicknamed the Magician.
Mm-hmm.
That's not random luck, that was by design.
And Efren Reyes picks up a badly needed game. Score now stands at 96-82 Strickland. What time's the next break? What time's the next break?
Yeah.
12:30.
Midnight, yeah. Midnight.
Oh, midnight. Efren Reyes trailing by 14 games. It's gotten pretty late in the day, so he'll have to make his move now.
He made a ball on the break, and he has a chance to hit the 1 ball. I don't think he has a chance to make the 1 ball. By that I mean I think we'll see him play safe. Though my guesses haven't been too good, he may cut this right in. I think he's looking at possibly cutting it over there by the 4 ball, but that would require a lot of spin and a left-handed stroke. He's doing it right now. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. When you use that volume of spin, the cue ball deflects away from the area that you're hitting to, so you have to compensate for that. And you actually, in that case, he had to aim to miss the entire ball and estimate where the cue ball is going to deflect back to the edge of the ball. And just to make it difficult, he did it left-handed. Another tremendous shot.
It looks like he's in good position now. Try and pick up another game.
And just like Strickland did a few wrecks ago, Efren's created an offensive opportunity off his break.
But they've been few and far between, and Reed needs a lot more of them to be able to bounce back. Well, that's one down. He reduces the lead to 13 from a high of 15. It is now 96 to 93 in favor of Earl Strickland. I'm going to leave you for a couple of seconds. Efren Reyes set the break, trailing in the match 96-83. He's failed to make a ball on the break. Strickland's going to be confronted with a situation that I'm not sure if the 2-ball goes. Looks like he is going to attempt to pocket the 2-ball. Made it with quite a bit of ease. The 1-ball's rolled to worst place on the table it could have gotten for Earl. My counterpart here is on vacation. He's had some accrued vacation time. Actually, we've been subjected to just sitting here in the booth. He needed to take a little break. What's another big puzzle here for Efren?
Well, the Efren broke and didn't make anything. Earl was able to make a safety out of it. It's quite an effective safety. Efren's lining up a 2-rail kick shot. Certainly not an easy shot at all. He made a terrific shot, but no reward. Absolutely no reward, and I predict that we're going to see a play at the 9-ball here as well as maybe make the 1. Well, he made the 1-ball. He's achieved pretty good position off the 9-ball with the cue ball. It was a darn good shot. I don't know what he has left here. If he can cut this or bank it. Yeah, the bank shot. Made it quite easily.
Earl Strickland is up by 13 games, 96 to 83.
A rare miss by Mr. Strickland. Very rare miss. Efren had to take a little chance there. He was off angle. He hit a perfect stroke. But it just didn't come out with much of a shot. Lining up the combination shot on the 9-ball.
Is that makeable?
It's makeable, yes. The degree of difficulty is quite a bit harder than what he would have liked to obtain, but I think he'll make the shot.
From some evidently Efren Reyes fans there as he cuts the lead down to 12 at 96 games for Strickland, 84 for Reyes. Well, Efren Reyes is taking time out to grab a bite to eat.
Has he?
Yeah.
Well, this is a test of endurance.
Certainly these guys seem to be holding up better than I am.
Yeah, he broke him really well, but nothing went in. Strickland's on his good pace again. And this is the stage of the match that we really figure to see fatigue set in a little bit and maybe play a role. As both players are struggling just a little bit.
Well, seems to be looking good at this juncture. And we saw a hint of a smile just after that last shot.
Had some background noise there. Didn't affect Earl Strickland.
No.
Scared me pretty good.
Well, he's been distracted by lesser things, but that one was really loud and he just shrugged it off.
Well, I think he sees the opportunity here, if he can stay focused, to go ahead and win this match. You know, I first met this kid when he really came on the scene was 1983,
Mm-hmm.
and he had to play the finals of a huge tournament that no one expected him to do well in. And he had to play the formidable Steve Miserak, probably the most prolific American pool player of modern day. And everyone gave Earl little chance. It was on TV, first time ever on TV, and the car was at stake. And Earl got in there and just knocked him in, just like he's doing here. And he's really never looked back his whole career. He's won 5 world championships.
Now he's seized a commanding lead over Efren Reyes, up again to 13 games at 97-84. And needs only 23 more to wrap this all up.
Now, Strickland still not having any trouble making balls on the break. Terrific safety. Earl barely hit the 2 ball, moving it to the center of the table and brought the cue ball 9 feet away. And that takes a lot of practice to be able to do that. And I don't mean just a lot of practice over the years. I mean you have to really be in tune on a daily basis to be able to execute that type shot.
And Efren Reyes has just been continually barraged by these difficult situations that he has faced with.
Well, he's usually on the giving end of these as opposed to the receiving end.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, you haven't asked me what he's going to do because I have no idea. Double kissed it.
That sounds good to that.
That's one for my memory banks because I would have never envisioned that shot. I'm sure that was by design. There was the patented Earl Strickland jump shot. And a good hit. And he would have had ideal position. Efren needs a good position shot here to assure himself of a win this rack. And every once in a while on the viewing screen you can get a glimpse of Efren Reyes' grip. He has an ultra light grip on the cue.
Very loose.
That affords him the dynamic control over the cue ball that imparts a great deal of spin, but he doesn't have to use a great deal of power to put the spin on the ball. Efren's about to pick up his 85th win. He'll be needing 35 more games to close out this session.
That's a far cry from what Earl needs, which is only 28. 23.
23. Yeah, it's not even been on, so.
Wasn't on, was it?
No. Reyes to break.
12-game differential between Efren Reyes and Earl Strickland.
He made a good break and has a shot on the one, and everything's just peachy this rack, but the problem was it wasn't the one ball or the wing ball, so that doesn't bode well for him consistently making balls in the break hereafter. Had to use a forced top spin, and he's picked up a real difficult angle. Real difficult angle to negotiate now. Yeah, Efren's clearly not happy with it. Now he has to play the shot maker game. And fatigue is starting to take a little toll.
Certainly not the kind of a shot that we expected with Efren.
Well, I think the stress load and the terrific shot by Earl Strickland, power shot. Terrific stress load, and then the fact that you're down by so many games and you really can't afford a mistake, and that just magnifies the difficulty of any little misalignment on the pattern of the balls.
On the other hand, Earl Strickland has managed to stay loose.
He's played well throughout the entire 3-day period, and I think we're starting to see a guy that sees victory. You know, it's like a racehorse heading for the barn. He's on a mission. That was a nice shot. On the corner to a half pocket.
And he picks up win number 98 and posts 13-game advantage over Efren Reyes.
Strickland to break. There's the patented one ball in the side pocket. Something else went in as well. I think it was the wing ball.
On the other side.
You know, we play, we talk about fatigue playing a part in the way these players are playing. Our commentary is starting to digress a little too.
I know.
Takes quite a bit of concentration, energy to put forth. What a shot. What a shot. Strickland moved the 2-ball less than an inch. When you're hitting them like that, you're on top of your game. You're in the...
Certainly looks like Earl Strickland has been able to conquer all the other things that come into his mind, which were shown the past couple of nights, and he's just on cruise control.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I really think those were perpetrated by the fact that he didn't believe himself that he might be able to win this match. I know that every day I saw him before and during practice, all I could talk about was Efren this and Efren that. It wasn't really... He was concerned about what Efren was going to do more so than what he was going to do. And now he sees the opportunity to win, and it seems like it's really calmed him down.
The approach of Earl Strickland to this game is more of a sport, and that looks like it's been rewarding him a lot. Seems perky and alive, even with the length that they've gone in this match.
Oh, by all means, he trains. He's running 5 miles a day, and he works on his break incessantly. And a lot of the specialty shots, the shot-making skills that you see here are byproducts of long hours on a daily basis. And to his credit, that's always been one of the aspects of him that I find the most admirable. It's falling a little short of ideal position here. To tell you the truth, though, a little difficulty in the shot. It seems like he even bears down that much harder because he's just absolutely had zero problems pocketing balls from shots, positions like this.
I guess he calls attention to the problem at hand and just wants people to realize how difficult the shot is.
Well, his comment was, I didn't choke that time, did I? Well, he hasn't choked on very many shots. In fact, none of the shots, what I call it, actually choking. The rare misses, and they have been rare.
It's now a 14-game lead for Earl Strickland at 99 to 85.
Here we see a artwork, picture of Earl.
You know, that gleam in his eyes, that killer instinct.
Yeah, he definitely possesses that. The will to win is very big in this man. And Earl's down to where his next win will produce his 100th win in this match. At that point, he will only need 20 more racks to put this match away and the $100,000 first prize, but more importantly, the title of an undisputed world champion. Most all the contests around the world are merely a race to 11 and a couple lucky breaks that dictates the outcome. Despite the shortness of the match, he's still responded with 5 world titles. But if they played matches of this length, I can assure you that he would perpetually be in the finals or quarterfinals of all those tournaments.
Efren Reyes comes up. He's trailing by 14 games, 99 to 85, but raised to 120. Played over 3 nights here at the Ridge Race Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. Any problems with this layout?
Well, yes, there's always problems, especially at this stage of the game with a little fatigue and the importance of these racks now, because time is definitely of the essence. Not only can he not afford any slip-ups, but he can't afford any more bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
He's absolutely maxed out his bad luck. Strickland is playing so well, even if he was to go into a little bit of a leave of his best game, he's going to get certainly some chances. And
well, this is a very comfortable margin at this juncture, a 14-game lead.
Just the volume of strain that Efren would have to, the amount of energy he'd have to utilize to get back in the game. Why, even if he was to tie the matchup, it would burn a bulk of energy that might deny him the ability to win the match. Terrific position shot. And Efren has generated a run out. This will give him 86 wins.
And he's down by 13 from Earl Strickland. 99 to 86 is the score. Score at 99-86. Efren Reyes at the break. He's got a lot of catching up to do. But he'll have to have some success at the break to do that. And he hasn't got all that many in this tournament.
Strickland opens with a terrific shot. That's that elevated cue shot that I talk about. Strickland pocketing balls with seeming tireless, dogged determination. Yeah, I don't think he's got to a place on the table he wanted to be. We're going to see Earl make a kick attempt.
Another opportunity here presents itself to Efren Reyes.
Well, these have been few and far between.
Yeah.
tell you the truth, when I envisioned this match, I never envisioned so few opportunities would exist between each player. There just hasn't been very many unforced errors. And Efren puts away his 87th game.
And Efren Reyes is faced with the problem of trying to jumpstart a comeback. But you got to start somewhere.
Well, his biggest liability is balls going in on the break. That's the main thing. That's his biggest task.
Well, you can see him trying to get focused on this particular break. Still nothing.
And he's clearly disappointed. He also realizes that he can't make balls on the break. This match is out of reach.
Well, frustration might also be seeping in this
Well,
picture.
I think that's the impetus for the frustration. It's not that he knows his playing is still okay, but he's just not getting enough of the first chances. Look at that shot. It's called rifle one in the side pocket from a real.
Yeah, he absolutely just drilled it in.
This kid's getting stronger as time goes by. And he trains for our matches of this length. Played him ever since I've known him. Years back, he used to be a prolific money player and travel all around. And sometimes they play for 15, 20 hours at a crack. That was a nice shot.
Well, he's been time and again coming up with those remarkable shot-making ability.
Well, he's lining up for the very stroke that he does better than anybody else in the world, and that's these elevated Q-type strokes. And despite the fact he didn't get ideal position, believe me, that's a super tough ball to make when you elevate the cue like that, because you're shooting down through so many different planes.
Is this very much of a problem for him?
Well, the problem exists is that the making of the 7-ball over here by us wouldn't be hard, but you have to negotiate the 9-ball with the cue ball. The cue ball's for sure going to bump the 9.
Well, we solved that problem. That's the 100th win of Earl Strickland in this match. 100 for Strickland, 88 for Reyes.
You knew I was going to say that. You knew it. Tell the truth.
Well, all of a sudden,
When's our next break? There's always enough time for a break. I'm looking forward to the break now.
Strickland, Giving speeches.
Well, it's 20 games away from grabbing the $100,000 pot. This is a winner-take-all, ladies and gentlemen. Score is 100 for Strickland, 88 for Reyes.
Earl continues to pummel the rack and drop balls off the break. And the table's not breaking easily at all. Efren's hit him with his good break a number of times to no avail. I know the exact situation. I played from this scenario many times where you're hitting your break and you're hitting your good break where the cue ball's stopping good, but you just don't have enough power to really make balls go in when they're not wanting to go in freely. It's really been interesting because I wasn't sure if strategy player would end up in a long match like this would offset the big break advantage.
Game played by Earl Strickland, and he's just knocking them in from everywhere. That's 101 to 88 in favor of Earl Strickland, and he's certainly looking good, very good.
I think it's 101 to 87.
Oh, 87, yeah.
Okay, good.
I bet. Kamali ako doon ha, 101-87. Oo, pati yung last game ha, pakimarkahan lang na i-edit out natin yung sinabi ko. Oo. 88 87 na pala siya. Okay. Pakimarkahan. Oo.
Well, we're about 15 minutes away from our second break, so
that's good news.
Yeah, our second much needed.
Yeah.
God, they wore the commentators down. That's hard to believe. There.
Here at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong, this $100,000, that's US dollar, winner-take-all challenge between Earl Strickland of the United States and Efren Reyes of the Philippines. The score stands at 101 for Strickland, 87 for Reyes. A race to 120 over 3 nights of competition here at Ridgeway's. What do you think was the turning point in this match?
Well, I don't know that it was a turning point. It was just this dynamic break of Earl, and he's maintained his intensity. I guess what I would really say, I think the turning point of the match is that he's maintained pretty good composure all 3 days. I mean, relative to what he's prone to do.
Well, in the first night, Earl Strickland opened up a 3-game lead. On the second night, he widened that gap to 7. And several instances, a couple of instances here tonight and the last night. He has led by as many as 15.
Yeah, he's 14 games ahead as we speak. Oh, a tremendous shot. Absolutely tremendous shot.
Well, that's the Efren Reyes that most pool enthusiasts know.
Well, there's some decisions to be made here. If Earl cannot shoot between the 5 and 7, which it appears that he can't from our vantage point. If he's, well, maybe he can. He must be able to.
Yeah.
He's made a tremendous shot here. Perfect position. Really the only place on the table he could obtain good position from, where he's landed the cue ball.
At this juncture, with this commanding lead of Earl Strickland, what would be going inside Efren Reyes' mind to nurture a flicker of hope?
Frankly, his only hope now is if Earl self-destructs. The only one that will have a say in there is Earl, and you can see that he's not allowing anything to bother him at this point, or earlier everything bothered him. We've had bottles break and cigarettes flicker and microphones drop, and he really had made a shot without it saying anything. Interesting. I've been at tournaments before, and he'll be shooting when he's in one of those high-strung modes, and there'll be a guy sitting up in the bleachers 20 rows up, and he'll be shooting a shot of no more difficulty than this, and he'll look over the bleachers and say, "I'll give you $50 if you quit eating them potato chips." And I'm not exaggerating. I've witnessed that before.
What is it? It doesn't really distract him. It's just, what, letting off steam or something?
Well, actually, he's such a perfectionist that he wants you to watch with perfection, and he wants everything.
Well, he picks up another game here, and now widens the gap to 15 once again at 102 to 87.
Yeah.
Earl Strickland is just 18 games away from wrapping this up. The $100,000 winner-take-all 9-ball challenge.
He's still hammering the rack, isn't he?
Yeah.
You
He's
know,
not letting up.
Ed, we were talking about Earl's emotions and his behavior and personality, and I'll tell you, I think he is a very misunderstood person, and by that I'm certainly not endorsing his total behavior, but I know what he believes. He believes that this sport should be like any other sport, and it should be held to the same standards that all other major sports are, and unfortunately it's just not to that level yet, and he's very frustrated. In any other sport he'd be a multiple-time millionaire. He just, it's not even about money so much as it is about that he feels like he trains and works as hard as his, and he is a very temperamental, high-strung player. but oftentimes he acts in real good faith. I've been at tournaments before, and he's been very generous when there's been people ask for his support in something pool related. I know he's been to a lot of benefits and charities and participated not just only by being there, but as well financially.
Well, seems to be some ebbs and tides in his behavior, and tonight he's been extra benevolent.
Yeah, well, it's a little easier for him to be good when he's winning, I can assure you that. Just been signaled from our referee Neil that after this next rack we're going to take our midnight break.
Yes, this is the second break tonight, and everybody's looking forward to it, I can assure you.
Now, Efren's committed a foul, and the quality of play has deteriorated slightly from the fatigue that the players are feeling.
Commanding 15-game lead here by Earl Strickland towards the later portion of this match.
I think he's going to be a little short here. I guess not.
Well, he certainly has stayed focused all throughout this evening. This is the 103rd win of Earl Strickland in this match. We go to a break.
Strickland set the break. He continues to punish the rack, making the one inside.
Well, Earl Strickland can smell the aroma of victory at this juncture. He's got a 16-game lead with the score at 103-87 in a race to 120 over 3 nights here at the Ridgeways Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong.
Once again, a terrific safety play. Look at this. Guy's still playing tremendous pool.
And Efren Reyes comes up in one of those few and far between instances where he is given the opportunity to do his thing at the table, but the situations have not been very beneficial to Efren.
It's a very difficult position to be in because he's 8 feet away from the object ball, and there's no way to make a reasonable attempt at an offensive shot. And the defensive shot is very difficult too.
Mm-hmm.
And time and again, he's been faced with this situation. Mr. Strickland's credit. He's played magnificently.
Yes.
And he forced Efren to play offense. There was just nothing else he could do, and it was a very difficult offensive shot. He made a great try at it. Unfortunately, it was maybe a 1 in 5 shot at best.
Well, as you pointed out, when you're down that much, the alternatives are reduced immensely.
And look at the offensive opportunity Earl picks up from that. I mean, everything's laying out there beautifully, and these are situations that he just has not failed on for 3 days. We've played 190 games. And, never dreamed that there'd been this high a standard when I came over here. Well, he's not going to be totally happy with the cue ball being on the rail. I have to elevate to create a little bit of angle. He hits those shots awfully nicely. That slight elevated cue, he's just an absolute master.
Picks up game number 104, just 16 away from snatching the $100,000 pot. And this is the second break of the evening. The score is standing at 104 Strickland, 87 Reyes. We'll be back.
Match, at which time we will then have a short award ceremony.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming the $100,000 challenge, winner-take-all 9-ball format between Earl Strickland and Efren Reyes. And at this point, Strickland certainly is looking very good, and he has established the biggest advantage in the game, a 17-game difference at 104 to 87. He needs only 16 more games to wind up this affair.
He made 3 balls on the break and has the cue ball in perfect alignment to clear out the rest of them. To go for his 105th win. Now we see an uncharacteristic error. I think we may see safety here, and I think he's going to play it by stopping the cue ball dead next to the 9 and bank the 7 to the other end of the table.
Which is exactly what he's done. And once again, Efren comes up to the table with a difficult shot facing him.
Well, it's not as bad as it could have been. I think Earl could have made a little better effort on that safety and
Could have made it closer to the rail.
well, more so further away from the pocket. This is actually a makeable, although very difficult touch. Well, Efren chose the safety, and I'm sure he made the right decision. It appears to be a very good shot. Sure that Earl has the opportunity to kick and hit this ball. But not much likelihood of making it.
Efren Reyes has made has won games very few and far between in this match so far. I'm sure he's looking forward to getting a run and building up some confidence into his game.
Well, we definitely need to see the momentum shift if this match is going to be extended to the latter stages. And this is where the momentum needs to start, right here at the break. If he can get some balls going in and get a few shots off the break.
Oh, that's a start.
Yeah, he hit a real solid break, and that break offers some hope. There was some balls that had some pretty good motion, and they went directly into the pockets, and it would appear that if he can continue to hit the balls that solidly, balls would be willing to go in the pockets for him.
Just trying to snip at an 16 game deficit. It's going to be a very long haul. But you'll have to start thinking about just one game at a time.
I don't think that'll be a problem, but I know all the fans are hoping for an extended match here. They want to see it become pretty close.
Well, he's working at it.
He's got a real good chance to pick up his 7th break and run out of the night.
Got it. Well, slowly pecking away at that lead. He's got it down to 15 from 17. 104.89 is the count.
Well, he needs 31 games to win this match.
That's about half the number of games that Earl Strickland is looking at.
Well, this has been Mr. Reyes' Achilles heel.
Yeah.
You know, just the consistency from the break isn't there. And he hit him, frankly, quite well, but just he doesn't have the same volume of power that Earl Strickland does, and it's not just Efren doesn't have the same power. Virtually nobody has that power.
Well, Earl has just managed to capitalize on these misfortunes of Efren Reyes, and his remarkable play has certainly given him this big edge at this point of the match.
Well, Earl's examining where he needs to go for position, and I'm not sure what he has here. Looks like he's got to use just a stop shot. 6-ball must clear the 7. And he hit a remarkably nice shot there. Good speed, good volume of spin to avoid bumping the 9-ball on the way by. He's achieved the coveted position. If you notice, these players always like to come off this long rail and then kind of roll into their position. And then if their speed's a little bit errant, they're still able to obtain a good shot.
That is the 105th win of Earl Strickland, as opposed to 89 so far, chalked up by Efren Reyes. It is 105 Strickland, 89 Reyes.
Strickland now to break. And you see the volume of power. The one did not go on the side. It was kissed by 2 balls and hit the cue ball in such a way that it actually diminished some of the speed off of it and still went in the pocket.
What's Earl figuring out to do now?
Well, he's got kind of a funny angle. In order to make the 3-ball, the cue ball comes to the wrong side of the 5, so he's either going to have to bring the cue ball down here and play the 5 in the side pocket, or he was going to have to power up on that shot, and that made pocketing the ball with power much harder. He chose the safest route to pocket the ball, but he still managed to hang it up a little bit, and that's just a sign of fatigue. That's a shot that he just never missed throughout the previous 3 days of playing.
And we see him burying his head in his arms on the table, ruining that fact.
Well, when you're a great competitor, no matter what the score is, you like to just get one game better.
Yes.
If you just get a little measure of success. And sometimes you can build on just one game.
I'm sure that with your long experience in this sport, you've seen it happen several times.
Oh, yeah.
Reyes gets to 90 games, but still far away from where Earl Strickland is. It is a 15-game advantage for the player from the United States. 105 to 90. This is a race to 120. Efren Reyes had the break. Well, he finally was able to coax one ball to go in.
And
What is the situation now?
Well, this is an off-angle combination shot. I'm sure we're going to see him play it, but this is an imminently missable shot for most of us. Pretty sure he's going to make it, though. He made it easy. Brings the cue ball back, position in the side.
Is that a good angle there?
Yeah, he has a good angle. It's fine. He's just double checking. I think he might have maybe not quite a full pocket for the 5 over there, and he's just checking to see where he wants to get the cue ball. If you notice, he's achieved an angle that will naturally allow the cue ball to come back down to this end of the table where the 6 ball and the 7 ball both rest. He'll just go straight. Well, it looks like he's going to draw, bring it down on this side of the table. Nice control exhibited. Bounces the cue ball off the cushion so that he has the option of going high or low on the cue ball, depending upon the exact shot he needs to play. And he's real good shape. This is just what the doctor ordered a break and run out for him. He really needed this to kind of get a little momentum built.
Another win here. Gets to 91 games as against 105 by Earl Strickland. Efren Reyes at the break. Down by 14 games.
Another great break. And the 5 ball, it clearly is very on or very makeable off the 1 ball. By virtue of a well-played shot, he has a chance to score yet another game. Although he's going to have to make another good shot. He's elevated, only going to a part of a pocket. And it made it look very routine.
Well, earlier on, the Philippine Consul General came in to wish Efren Reyes good luck. And maybe that helped inspire Efren to get back into this game. Consul General Strelly Brangel took time out from her hectic schedule to drop by and cheer on the Filipino player at this very late hour, just past midnight.
That just goes to show you the volume of support in the Philippines for pool.
Oh, yes.
Once again, he's got the desired angle. He'd like to. I think he's going to try to swoop around the table 3 cushions and drop off this long rail onto the end rail. We've seen so many times before. The reason they come to the center of this side cushion is that it totally takes any possibility of scratch out of play. Even if you mishit the previous ball, there's enough room for error.
So the score now stands at 105-92 in favor of Earl Strickland. But Efren Reyes has chipped at the lead a bit. Now at 13 game difference, down from 15 earlier.
Well, there was the wing ball going in. That bodes well for the Reyes camp.
Well, Efren is definitely breaking a lot better than what we saw him do in the early stages of this match.
Yeah, he's getting better results. He's hitting the rack about the same, but the balls somehow have freed up since a last brush to the table. And it seems like they're allowing the little more early break action balls falling in. Well, he's got his work cut out for him here. He's going to have to either go 3 cushions around the table or 2 rails cross table. He's chosen the 3 rail shot. Hit it quite nicely. And he made that look a lot easier than what that shot is when you use that volume, speed, and English on the ball. It's very easy to miss, shooting to only about a half a pocket. Just wants a little bounce off this head rail, just a little bit.
It's been a long time since we've seen Efren go at it this way tonight.
Well, he's assembling a nice flurry here. This will be his 3rd consecutive break and run out if he manages to place the last 2 balls in the pocket.
Looks to Earl Strickland as so near yet so far away.
Well, right now, I don't think he's concerned with Earl Strickland so much as he is. He's just thinking that maybe if he could just get up to 120 games. And this is the one thing that would possibly cool the other players' great playing would be to retaliate, make him sit over there for a little while. And then when he does have to turn the table over, maybe not leave the guy an open shot, force him to get into a little kicking battle. Efren could get into a couple of those and win those. Well, this is just a brutal occurrence for Efren because the balls have all aligned with the pockets. Just a little side note, 4 of the last 6 racks, Efren has broken run out.
As we said, that has not occurred too much in the match, especially tonight. Earl Strickland asking for the bridge. Trying to reestablish his rhythm from where he left off.
I don't think he's going to like this shot. It's workable, but he's created quite a bit more work out of it. He's going to have to use what we call warp drive. This will take a great deal of power.
The power he's got
That was a tremendous shot. It's missed the 9.
Oh.
It's left there pretty good. Overcut it just a hair. And despite the fact that this is difficult and off angle, Efren views it as a free shot, so his attitude is, hey, you know, line it up the best I can and swing right straight through it. If it goes in, it's a bonus.
Rising to the rotation. Efren Reyes has now cut the lead down to 11 games at 105 to 94. You will note, ladies and gentlemen, that we had a 30-minute break just a few minutes ago, and during that time, Strickland had a 17-game lead. It is now down. What a shot what a break by Efren, sinking the 9 ball. Even Earl Strickland gives a round of applause there.
Well, that was our 200th game.
I didn't know you were counting.
Did you just say that?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the difference has been cut down to 10 from 17 at the resumption of this match in our third segment tonight.
There's the wing ball flying in, and that's encouraging. Even though he hasn't come out with a shot, this is well, maybe it's still encouraging when the wing ball goes in. Then I would say that there's still hope here for Efren to knock off this deficit he faces.
What does he have, Mark?
Well, it's hard to tell if he can get by the 2, though. The 1 on the 8th ball definitely go. I mean, it would be a makeable shot. He's declared a push. He's going to try to invite his opponent to make the first mistake this rack. He made a nice shot. The idea there was that he wanted to tie the 6 and the 7 up so that would be something that would have to be dealt with later in the rack. Earl's played a safety, but not a very good safety. From where he was at, it was probably the best that he could do. But Efren can deal with this in one of a number of ways. I think we'll see a return safety. No, he's lining up the bank. No, he's lining up the safety. This is a good tactical maneuver because if Efren could pick up ball in hand, he could then make the 1 ball by carrying it in off the 6 ball, and that would free the whole table up once again. Earl made a nice kick shot. It's so important to make a legal hit, even if you leave your opponent a shot, because you really deny him a lot of times obtaining the perfect angle necessary to get in line and run the rest of the balls out. Well, it's not going to like his result.
Again, Efren has his work cut out for him.
He's gonna have to kick to hit the 2 ball, and he's gonna kick it to a particular side. He's gonna try to kick to the high side of the 2 and give himself a chance to make it directly in, or possibly bank it into the 9 or the object balls there. Instead, he's left it on the rail. And it's actually fairly fortunate. Earl may have a play at the 9 ball, but it's going to be a very difficult one. And I don't think it's going to be one he's going to choose to play. I think what we're going to see is Earl's going to trickle the 2 ball over by the 9 and put the cue ball in the middle of the table. Just in this fashion. And Earl's made a terrific shot. Efren's really going to have to come up with something here to come out of this.
Oh, he did. He's come up with it.
Oh, tremendous kick. Rolando's grinning now. And the entire audience is pretty entertained by the fact that he's this little guy still got this much fight left in him.
Well, Efren Reyes has come up with 7 straight wins, 7 straight games, after being down by 17. He has cut it down to a more manageable 10. But as we pointed out, it's getting very late in the day, and he will have to sustain this onslaught to be able to have a chance at snatching the win away from Earl Strickland. What seems to be the problem here, Mark?
Well, everything actually. He's got facing a pretty difficult shot on the 4, and then the 5 doesn't appear that it wants to go very easily. He's made a tremendous shot. You see how he had negotiated around the 9 ball from a long ways away. Now the problem is 5 ball's makeable, but the 6 ball might not be. And he's played position to bank the 6 ball. And that's a shot selection that I enthusiastically agree with. Where the 7 goes, though, that's the part that creates trouble for most of us. Look at this. That control. That control.
Well, the crowd here is certainly getting treated to the mastery of Efren Reyes and thoroughly enjoying it. I'm sure our television audience is just as breathless as we are.
It appears that Efren's going to have to line up to play a carom from the 8 to the 9 and attempt to win the game on the next shot. I don't think the opportunity arises here where he can play position to make the 8. So he's going to try to get the cue ball back to the center of the table so that he can easily generate momentum on the mass off the 8 toward the 9 rather than have to manufacture that energy by using backspin.
Let's see if we can pull this off.
He's very good on these type shots.
Oh.
Well, Efren hasn't been the beneficiary of very much luck tonight. As witnessed by us, he scratched off the end rail and decide one crucial game that was an obscure angle.
Earl Strickland easily puts it away to chalk up his 106th game and again post an 11-game advantage at 106 to 95, getting closer to his objective of picking up win number 120. He's 14 games away from that.
Well, the difficulty with this rack is transitioning from the 2 to the 4. The 2 goes, but the 7's right next to it, which means the cue ball, in order to place the 2 into the pocket, will probably have to bump the 7, unless he can get the cue ball way back down table. And he hit it on the right line, just not quite hard enough. This shot's going to require a massive stroke. He's going to have to hit extreme low on the cue ball, and he wants to bring it back right where his hand's laying now, and then back out off the rail, at least a good foot. He's not going to be able to get ideal position. He's going to get position just to make the 4, and then he's going to have to transition the cue ball up and down the table to get back to the 5. Oh, he went for the whole ball of wax.
Wow. Wow.
That was an unbelievable shot. Shots like that, he deserves to win.
What would be the strategy here to set him up for the 6?
No, he's just going to use center ball and slide down the table straight. And it appears he's right on the verge of finding that rhythm that he likes to be in. Another tremendous stroke shot.
And easy put away for the 9 to reestablish a 12-point or a 12-game lead over Efren Reyes at 107 to 95. Earl Strickland has a 12-game advantage over Efren Reyes at 107 to 95 in a race to 120.
Well, it looks like he has the rail first shot that he made 2 of last night. A very difficult shot, but he's been hitting it so well, I'm pretty sure if there's any hope for it to go, that he's going to play for it. He's lined it up and he is going to attack it. Boy, that's remarkable. 3 in a row on those. There's still a little work to be done. He makes these look so routine, but they're not. He has to negotiate the 6 to the 7 and then the 8 to the 9. He's done a good job to get the proper angle on the 6 ball so the cue ball naturally comes to this end of the table.
Well, right now he's got a lot of room to work with.
He's preserved a nice angle here so the cue ball real freely will go down the table for the 8. And he's back in his good 2-stroke rhythm here, and he's feeling very confident.
And again, Earl Strickland starts his breakaway, leading by 13 at 108 to 95. Towards the latter part of this match that is stretched out for all of 3 nights here at Ridgeway's Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. And just so you won't get any ideas, ladies and gentlemen, the time at the moment is 1:16 a.m. Sorry to remind you, Mike.
But that's all right. Hong Kong is a night town anyway.
Oh, yeah,
you know.
yeah. That's true. Yeah, especially being treated to first-class play. I mean, we really don't feel the time going by.
Strickland needs 12 games to freeze Efren out of the match. Patented one on the side.
Seems that the power has not diminished.
No, not at all. And the one on the side, that's a byproduct of lots of practice on this. Every day, daily practice.
Does he pay special attention to that strategy at the break?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I'm sure he spends as much as 2 hours a day breaking alone, just working on that shot, just like a golfer would the tee shot. Look at that shot. Tremendous.
It's only on the hard shots you need to stand still, not on the easy ones. Always remember that. Just those guys. Other than this is elements, you could tell fireworks and it wouldn't bother me on this one. Like that, man. Like Bob, ain't gonna start to throw with that, right? Nah.
Mentioned something about fireworks. I think we're witnessing that.
No, he's building up his energy here. This is he's the master of speaking the opposite of what he's thinking.
Well, you know, he was alluding to our cameraman who's been carrying that camera for the better part of 6 hours. He was complaining about his not standing still.
Yeah.
That's win number 109 for Earl Strickland. That's against 95 for Efren Reyes.
That was his third consecutive break and run out of this little flurry that he's retaliated against Efren with. And, he only lacks 11 games. If he wins one more, he'll be within his range of maybe putting the match away on one inning.
Earl Strickland, 14-game lead. In this race to 120, the score standing at 109 for Strickland, 95 for Efren Reyes.
We might get to see a jump shot here. I'm not sure. No, Ralph first shot. No, Massey shot.
I'll give you 500 not to hit you. Shit. Believe me, that's true.
Strickland has started with his verbiage again, and I think that might have affected him that time.
Yeah, it definitely did. He's feeling tired. He's just trying to energize up. I've seen this routine a million times. I hope no one takes it too personal. Though, to his credit, he has produced. He's complained, but he's produced when he's had the shots, and he doesn't use that as an excuse for missing at all. I think he just uses it as a means of gaining energy. However, I don't think he's consciously aware of it. It's
You
just
know, Mike,
in his makeup.
You know, Mike, I just think you're a super nice guy to be able to rationalize everything that.
Well, it's not that. No, believe me, I wholeheartedly don't endorse his behavior. But nonetheless, there's got to be something in the makeup of this guy that makes him do that and yet perform at such a high level. I mean, he's given a performance level that no one has ever achieved over a span of time like this.
Well, Efren Reyes with win 96, and Earl Strickland still with a very decisive 13-game advantage. In a race to 120, the score stands at 109 games for Strickland, 96 for Efren Reyes. Efren Reyes with a good break there.
Just an excellent break, and well, he's going to have to get around the 8 ball to get over in the 3. I don't know exactly how he's going to do this. He's laying it up. He's going to have to send the cue ball down to the center of the end rail with just a little bit of right-hand spin and pass between the gap that's formed by the 3 and the 8. While he's using draw, he's going to be able to draw it straight over. Well, he did it the easy way, Ed, and a real professional might have tried something a little fancier at this stage. Just teasing. Well, Efren's got a little bit of a bad angle. I think we're going to see him. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought. I thought he had to draw it back. He was able to kill it. Just take a little more of an angle on this shot.
Well, you know, I somehow get the impression that a lot of the people here are rooting for Efren at this point, him being the underdog. But I'm not sure it's just that, nor the behavior of Earl Strickland, but I guess his reputation precedes him.
Yeah. Yeah, the greatness of the Efren Reyes, everyone likes to see him do well.
You know, some questions have been raised about the physical condition that Efren Reyes is in after this long haul. I think Efren should be able to erase those doubts. He may not win the match, but certainly he has shown that he can stand up to the athleticism of Earl Strickland at this juncture.
Yeah, it's undeniable that we'd like to see him in a little better shape, but he can play for hours and hours because I've traveled around with him, and he can play maybe as much as 20 hours at a time, so no problem. He doesn't expend a lot of extra energy. I don't know if you notice, he's very relaxed throughout the entire match.
Hey, what's this?
Oh,
We haven't seen him break that.
No,
Well,
no. I've pocketed 4 balls on the break.
Is that 8 ball on the other end going to be a problem?
I don't think so. I think the shot to win or lose the match is, or rack, is be this shot right here. If he gets this in, it'll be fine. He coasted it in there nicely. Getting the cue ball down near the 8 was quite beneficial because now it's much easier to execute the stroke necessary to get enough energy on the ball or enough spin to bring it back. Although he does have to reach quite a long way.
Efren Reyes is behind by 12 games, and Earl Strickland has only 11 more to go to wrap this all up. Efren is in there.
Really, you know, when you talk about this extended match, Efren's hanging right in there as far as the break and runouts go tonight. He's Strickland's had 14, and Reyes has had 12.
Well, I'll tell you, Mark, no matter which way this game goes, I'm sure the crowd here is getting a real treat from this match.
That's undeniable. There's no other two players that could hold the people's focus for this long and maintain their interest level and the high level of play. The wing ball flew in. That's good news for Efren. Not sure what type of a shot on the 4 ball he might have here. He's could possibly carry him off the 1 and make the 4, but where the 1 ball goes after that is what separates the greats from the good. The guy that can control the 1 ball from here is a great player. Most of the rest of the good players would have trouble. He made that look quite simple. Now the 1 ball will go in the side pocket, but he only has a small portion of the side pocket to hit. What a tremendous shot.
Yeah, pulls it off.
He had to put some topspin on that ball and hit it fairly hard to just a half a pocket. Made it look very easy.
What's he looking at, number?
He's checking the angle. He's going to have to deal with the 9 ball. When I say deal with the 9 ball, I mean when he pockets the 6, the cue ball's going to definitely hit the 9. So he's checking where he wants to position the cue ball now so that it goes off the edge of the 9 as he would like. So he's actually playing position for the 7 when he was checking that on the 5. Oh, very nice shot. Those shots aren't easy at this stage of the morning. Oh, yeah.
99 games won so far by Efren Reyes, 109 by Earl Strickland, and we will pause for these words.
Of a champion, I think that's when everyone's feeling good about. They're really admiring his fighting power.
Oh, yeah. Well, despite the fact that Efren has a pretty stoic personality, you know that the flame burns in his heart.
Oh, tremendous break. He's going to have to come up with one real tough shot for sure, and that being the opening shot on the 3 ball.
Well, evidently Efren is getting more success from the break than what he had previously, and that has certainly gotten his game going at a point where most people, I guess, would have given up the cause.
Most people couldn't stay in to give up the cause. They played straightaway safety. And it wasn't a bad idea because the offense wasn't really there for this shot, but it hasn't turned out as anticipated. And Earl comes to the table with some type of a shot. It looks like a thin cut across the rail. Uses to play it. And not an easy thin cut. He slightly overcut it. He missed it on the pro side, as we say. Oh boy. Well, that hurt. The cue ball didn't come off the rail as far as he anticipated or hoped. I think we're gonna try to go rail first on this 4-ball. But even if he makes it, the position angle of the line is not there. He's gonna have to. The cue ball will come off the 4, and it'll be 3 rails. It's gonna hit the side cushion very high, and it would be hard to get a cut shot on the 5. And hitting it hard is not an option. Hard enough. See where he's put his tip. That's about where the cue ball will hit the rail. Well, hitting it hard was an option. And look at this shot. Wow. Listen to this crowd. That's a great shot. A great shot.
Can't help thinking, Mark, even if the lead is still a wide 10-game difference, Efren must be putting some pressure on Earl at this point.
Well, especially being that we have some fatigue in here, and the crowd seems to be helping getting Efren's momentum going. And Efren clearly is playing pretty well still. Both players are a little bit fatigued, but both of them are still maintaining a pretty high level of play.
Efren breaks out in a wide grin.
Well, that was because he ticked the 9-ball, and it was purely unintentional.
Yeah.
Most often when you do that, it costs you something, and he knew he got away with a little something there. Deservedly so. I think the ability to look at things and laugh a little bit in a stressful situation really helps to defray all that pent-up energy that
Efren gets to 100 games and narrows the gap to 9 at 109 to 100.
Did he break and run out that rack? I think he might have. I'm trying to think. Let's see, how did he get started? No, it left him a 10 cut shot.
Oh, yes, yeah. Score at 109 for Strickland, 100 for Efren Reyes. Rate to 120.
He was making balls on the break every time. Yeah. We played 200 games and he finally found that.
Just when he needed to.
Yeah. Finally got warmed up.
Yeah. This guy made of diesel engine or something?
Yeah.
Nine-game difference.
And you hit around the head when you said Earl has to feel some pressure out of this because, while it's still a significant lead, the momentum is gone right now, and Earl's missed a couple balls. But he has to be satisfied with the amount of his lead.
Oh, yes. Efren shaking his head.
Well, it's a difficult position play. He's got kind of a funny angle here. I think he's trying to determine whether he wants to take the chance and try to follow all the way down or stop out in the middle of the table and cut it and come down. He's decided to follow all the way down. That was a great shot. Absolutely perfect. Generally, when the cue ball's on the rail, it wouldn't be perfect, but he's got enough room to work with here where this will be fine. Well, that's clearly uncalled for and wrong.
He came up to Efren just when Efren was about to make the shot.
Yeah. Great shot. Great shot. And another great shot.
That's win 101 for Efren. And the lead is down to 8 at 109 to 101 in the race to 120.
Well, that was really uncalled for. Strickland should never come out on the floor during the course of a rack.
Well, we're fast approaching 2 o'clock in the morning. And, well, most people, I guess, didn't think it would last this long, especially after Earl Strickland opened up a 17-game advantage.
That's true. Earl's a great fighter. Or Efren's a great fighter. He's getting a little luck here, too. He's getting some shots off the break. And making balls on the break.
Made 3 balls in that particular break. He couldn't even make one about 2-3 hours ago.
He's hitting the same, but the table sometimes it gives and sometimes it takes away. Very difficult attempt here. What a shot. What a shot.
And Earl Strickland gives a nod of appreciation to Efren.
Oh, what a great shot. If Efren can somehow pull off this rack, he will have clipped off 10 games from Earl's 17-game lead. That's quite an achievement in and of itself.
I tell you, Mike, during that last break we had, 30-minute break, no one in this hall had given Efren a chance to get back and get this close.
Well, including myself, I was guilty of.
Well, he's my countryman, and I'll have to ask for an apology to Efren. This has now turned into a 7-game affair.
Look at that break. Dead center on the center of the table. He's picked up a shot in the 2. Once again, not an easy shot at all. Making the ball's not a problem, but obtaining position on the other side of the table when you have such a flat angle, this requires a master's touch because you have to shoot hard. You're going down the rail that cuts the pocket in half.
And Efren takes a little time to collect his thoughts, and
you probably even have to apply some side spin. And it was a wonderful execution.
Well, the game, ladies and gentlemen, is down to a 7-game difference, 109 to 102.
Another nice shot, playing the cue ball off the impeding object ball.
Mark, I didn't hear it, but it seems like the wake-up call came.
This is pretty good.
Down to a 6-game affair, 109 to 103.
Efren's run out 3 consecutive racks now.
Efren Reyes just won the last 8 games to cut the lead of Earl Strickland down to 6 in a very crucial segment of this match. I think it's pretty much solved the problem of the break.
It's going well. Yeah, it's going well now. I want to tell you, it's kind of interesting when you think of Efren started the night 7 games down.
Mm-hmm.
He now only trails by 6, and that's after suffering a terrible barrage that Strickland put on him through the first 2 segments tonight. Looks like a masterful safety. It certainly is.
What was that Earl was saying?
Earl said that Efren didn't have much to worry about because he couldn't probably even pull the stick back now, in reference to the fact that Efren's sat him down here for quite a few games in a row.
How many breaks in one round?
Well, 3 consecutive, but he had 3 consecutive right before that. He won a game in between. Efren picks up ball in hand here, and definitely picks up the pace.
Well, Earl Strickland is asking Efren if he was glad again.
No, he's talking to the guy in the crowd.
Oh, okay.
once again, we're reaching the point in the match where composure's become a problem now. We've been at this point 3 or 4 times throughout the last 3 days, and there's been times when I really thought that there could be a catastrophe.
What sort of a catastrophe was that?
Well, when you have a big ego and things don't go your way, you have to find an excuse. Otherwise, you'd have to absorb all the punishment yourself. So, when we start looking for excuses or problems, or sometimes when we're nervous, we create problems so that we have an excuse. Was that vague enough for you?
I'm trying to absorb it. It's late, Mark.
Well, I'm not sure if Efren. No, he didn't get the shot he wanted. Yes, he did get the shot he wanted.
Maybe it wasn't the shot he wanted, but he took it anyway.
Yes.
Do we have a situation here, Mark, or what?
We certainly do. That's 4 breaking run-outs in a row.
And the lead is down to 5 at 109 to 104.
Mr. Strickland needs 16 games before, or Mr. Reyes needs 16 games before Mr. Strickland gets 11 games. And suffice it to say, we have a match.
We certainly do.
It's funny how these things come down like this. I had said yesterday that I thought it could very well end up being pretty close at the end of this, and honestly, going into this last segment, I did not feel that way anymore. But this happens more often than you would believe.
Efren's got me wondering. He's been getting that one ball into that side pocket as uncannily as Earl was since the start of this match.
Well, I'm going to tell you, a match of this length will get you tuned up on those things, because you know, now at this point he's broke 104 times, you know, and he's going to improve as time goes by as well. He becomes more practiced and more well versed in how the table plays. And you're right, he is getting it to where it's going better.
But he feels he's got a situation here.
Well, he wants to make the most of this, and he doesn't want to have another unforced turnover or careless turnovers, because there's going to be enough times where he has to go and gamble and kicking war anyway. Played the back shot with a safety. You notice the speed that he used, and Earl comes to the table. He's going to have an opportunity to play offense here, a very slim one. He's going to have to kick the 2-ball into the 9. And maybe he can go straight at the 2-ball. He can go straight at the 2-ball. I would not doubt about there's a pretty good chance he can make the 9. A carom shot, but he's not even looking at that. I'm not sure what he's planning on doing there.
Why am I not surprised that Earl is going about his usual business of verbalizing again
Well, he's struggling right now. He's trying to pick up some energy, I guess. Well, he played it safe, and it looks to be an effective safety.
Score stands at 109 for Strickland, 104 for Efren Reyes, and they race to 120.
At the end of 213 games, we stand 5 games apart.
Yeah. Up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen, it's $100,000 US. Winner take all.
We're going to see a full mass A here.
Almost
Tremendous attempt.
Great shot by Strickland.
I'm not the best player.
This should be an easy win for Earl at this stage. Earl will need 10 more wins. Efren will need 16.
Well, Earl Strickland was nailed down to 109 games for the past 10 racks. And right now, he again puts up a 6-game lead at 110 to 104. I couldn't figure out the difference from 110 and 104.
Yeah.
Strickland at the break.
Well, he didn't get the patented one ball in the side pocket, but you can see where the cue ball ended up, which should indicate he didn't hit them squarely, as he was hitting them when the one was going inside.
He had 2 balls in, but
He really hasn't mishit the break very often. I can only think of a couple times.
call the bush. And does Efren have a shot here?
Yeah, he's got a real good chance to play safe. Efren's an expert at moving that cue ball off the 1 down here behind the 5 ball. For me, it seemed awful risky because the 1's going to hit the 3 and I wouldn't have good control. But, oh, he had a combination. I'm going to start asking you, Ed.
I tell you, Mark, those rabbits have been popping up. I guess they've been pretty busy.
I'm going to tell you, for Strickland to push out to a shot that was that makeable was just a careless error, and that's the reason that I didn't even count that as a possibility. I assumed that it was off.
Well,
He made a nice carom shot.
again, Efren Reyes slices the lead down to 5 at 110-105.
Here we see the replay. He's really playing very well, and he's getting some opportunities that had eluded him throughout the first few segments.
That's true. Just when everybody had given up his cause for lost, Efren Reyes comes up with these remarkable recoveries.
Look how solid he's hitting that rack. Yeah. 5-ball ended up in just a terrible place for him, and the 2-ball is no cupcake.
Is the cue ball a problem?
Cue ball's a problem, but primarily because of the location of the 2. Yeah, great shot. Great shot. Yeah, he's going to have to come up with yet another great shot. And the 5 balls, that's bad too. If it makes this get perfect on that. Well, he made it look easy. It's still tough. He's got to go down the table. He'd have rather had just a little more angle where he could have popped over, but he's going to have to follow ahead some. So he's queuing up to hit pretty firm. Nice shot. Yeah, and he was a little shorter where he wanted to be. The ball will go, but the positions now become a little tougher.
How does this look to you now, Mike?
Difficult. Looks difficult. This is just straight pure pocketing power. This has nothing to do with playing the perfect shape or anything. He has to be a shot maker through these. Now he's got to that ideal position where he can come around 2 cushions and hit this long side rail and then just drop off this side rail. And forever after, he's coming in the ideal position zone.
Look out, Earl, he's coming at you.
That now exceeds the best run out of the day. Right there. That would have to be it. Especially when everybody's fatigued and tremendous run out.
Just a 4-game difference now between Earl Strickland and Efren Reyes.
There's the 9.
Wow. It is now down to a 3-game affair at 110-107. Remember that Earl Strickland, very late in this match, had established a 17-game advantage. And would it be fair to say that it's now anybody's ball game, Mike?
Oh, it's almost an even ball game. There's the 1 on the side. He's going to pick up a shot on the 2 here, too. He has a shot, but the 8 ball is going to create a problem for transitioning from the 2 to the 3.
The man is on, ladies and gentlemen. Efren Reyes digging himself out of a hole. Although he's been confronted with a lot of bewildering situations.
Yeah, he's faced a lot of adversity. He was on the short end of the luck earlier, and that's shifted back around now. For many of us onlookers, we were afraid it was too late. I took a gamble to win the game, and what a shot. What a great shot.
45 ball. This object ball is right close to the rail. Is that going to present a problem for you?
Yeah, the 5 to the 6 is a problem for sure, because the 9 forces you to get pretty straight in on the 6, which means getting an easy shot on the 7 won't be probably readily available. He's got some work to do here. I'm not saying it's unavailable, but he may end up having to roll the 7 length of the table, which, yeah, he's pretty straight. He's pretty straight. He's got just a smidgen off the rail that he can work with, but he hates to have to force this ball. If you look, it's pretty straight in there. Each ball's only 3/8 of an inch off the rail. To hit that with power, then graze the rail going in is the only way you can create an angle, which certainly rather not have to go through that. On the other hand, the converse is he's going to have to roll the 7 ball either into the side or the long corner. And here was the problem. When you asked me if there was a problem, this was it. Great shot.
Takes care
Great
of that.
shot. Yeah, he had nice speed. He's still got another tough shot to go. In fact, there's going to be 2 more tough shots. He made the most out of it. You could see the speed he used was warp drive. Now he's got 1 final tough shot. He stayed down real good. His body stayed down that time real clean.
Efren Reyes now only trails by 2 games at 110 to 108 after falling behind by 17 late in this match. Can we call that a recovery?
He's brought me back around here. I was in a funk there for a while. But this is the biggest strength for any player, where it was so one-sided, where there was really made a ball. He's going to be rewarded with a shot on the 1 ball here for all the work he's put into some of these previous racks. And look at the 2-9 possibility.
Makes you wonder, Mark, why couldn't he do this before?
He just didn't get the opportunities. The break wasn't working anywhere near as well. I mean, the bulk of these games that he's won in a row, look at how many of them he has off the break. He's only won 2 without off the break. 3. Now the 2 and the 9 do not lay nicely for a combination shot, and that makes this task quite a bit more formidable. This is going to be a great shot. I don't think he's going to get perfect position out of it, but he's going to have a readily he can make a safety here by stopping the cue ball, banking the cue 2 ball out of their 2 cushions. And that's going to be a pretty effective safety. He's got the 2 ball on the rail in the other side pocket, and that's going to deprive Earl. Even if Earl hits it, it's not likely that he'll be able to make anything. You leave him out in the open, their narrow pocket. then the likelihood of him kicking or getting a ball in or making a safety are greatly enhanced.
Oh, what a shot by Earl Strickland.
He's got another tough one to make here. All right. Another tremendous shot. Nobody would have believed the comeback that we've had here an hour and a half ago.
I'll tell you, Mark, I've been asking everybody around during the last break, and nobody gave Efren much of a chance to come back, but he's done that. Now, Earl Strickland, however, wins the game, and have I got this correct? 111, 108?
Yep.
A 3-game lead by Earl Strickland.
Well, there's the pat to Earl Strickland, one on the side. I'm not sure if Earl can make the two or he'll have to play safe. Looks like he might be playing safe. And he was. And he did. Flawlessly.
Oh yes, good safety shot there by Earl.
Hey, you have to commend him. He's still fighting just as hard and making the most of every single shot. We're looking at a 2-rail kick shot here. A chance to make the 9 even. Well,
Steady scratches.
Efren's had a couple more than his share of those tonight. Strickland comes back with a real nice shot. The proper angle on this ball.
What happened there?
Well, he was shooting to a half a pocket and just a little bit of fatigue, and I thought I saw his body flinch just a hair like I described with Efren. What happens when you move your body, you're not confident. And this comes with fatigue. Confidence is a fleeting thing. You lose a little confidence, or if you just have a little errant thought go through your mind at the end, like, don't hit this too thick. And sure enough, you hit it too thick.
Could it be said that he's suffering from what Efren had earlier, inactivity?
A little bit of that as well, coupled with the time and everybody misses. I mean. That was by no means easy. We just get so spoiled that everything looks like it's just supposed to go right in all the time. These guys are greatly defying the odds of even the great players. Well, not ideal. Efren's going to have to make another tough shot. These take a toll on the player, but Efren's been coming through with these awful good. And you can tell the pace of the game has slowed down some. There, he gets his body still.
Would you say the slow pace might favor Efren?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was one of the keys to winning this match for Efren, was that he needed to control the pace, and, and for Earl, he needed to play this fast tempo.
And Efren Reyes cuts the lead down to 2 again at 111 to 109. Remember, folks, this is a race to 120 over 3 nights here at the Ridge Race Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong.
Well, Efren hasn't been this close since the first opening night, I believe, when he trailed by 3 games at the end of the first series. So he definitely has to feel like he's in the thick of this match. Well, whichever player wins this ultimately will be very deserving, and really it's a shame that somebody has to lose this match for how well the boys have played.
Well, I think you hit it on the head also, Mark, when you said at the start of this tournament that nobody's going to be a loser here. Certainly not one of these 2 players.
Oh, a great shot there. Efren had to bring the cue ball around 3 cushions, and to get the cue ball where he got it, he had to load it up with left-hand spin. And it was another one of those shots that you had to aim away from the ball and hope to deflect it back to the exact right spot. And it's all judgment.
I'm telling you, even given the lateness of the night, the people here at Ridge Race are frozen in their seats.
I haven't even become energized here. I'm kind of nervous right now. Great shot. To blast that in at that angle at this late hour. It's just terrific pool. He's got them laid out. He's going to draw to within 1 game of tying Earl Strickland. What a match.
Oh, yes. 111 to 110, ladies and gentlemen.
Pretty good shot in the side pocket. They just replayed it.
Remember, folks, that during the last break, Earl Strickland had a 17-game advantage that has been sliced down to only 1 by Efren Reyes at this point.
Of the last 13 games that Efren has won, 10 of them have been off the break. 10 of them without Earl even shooting. That's incredible at this juncture of the tournament. Well, he made a good break. He wasn't wildly rewarded, but he'll have first play at this rack, and that is valuable. asset. No, fabulous shot. He's going to have to make yet another one.
Given Earl's personality, Mike, how would you think, what would be going in Earl's mind at this point?
I'm pretty sure he's not feeling too good. We have a quote from our interview earlier that I conducted with him, and though it was brief, he stated in there that when the matches are close, Efren generally wins them, and then he trailed off saying, "I don't care." Wow, tremendous shot. He's made 3 tremendous shots. This requires so much energy.
Here comes another one.
And now he's back to where it's just a matter of just basic focus. He doesn't have to do anything fancy. The other 3 shots require a lot of energy because they were blasting balls in the half pockets, essentially.
Do you have a record, Mark, of when we last had a tied match?
Yeah, I certainly do.
Well, we are that now, tied at 111.
Wow.
I just can't find an adjective to describe this comeback of Efren Reyes.
Well,
Remarkable, seems so tame.
If you look at the amount of breaker runouts we have here, 11 to 14 games he's broken run out. It's absolutely incredible.
We are tied at 111 all.
Well, Efren's got a tough decision to make here. The offensive shot is not very palatable. The defensive shot is ultra difficult. I think he's going to take on a safety. He's going to try to shoot the 2 ball between the 6 and the 8, bank it down the table, and put the cue ball down below the 4. He's executed it flawlessly. Look at this shot. It takes a lot of energy to hit that, controlling both balls on the table, and Earl's forced to kick.
Look at this.
Efren's rewarded for a great safety that he played.
Well, Earl went straight up and made the stroke.
Yeah, he's sometimes when he's, what do we call that? Well, we call it, he's a little frustrated. And I think he just didn't feel like wasting a lot of energy analyzing it, just get it over with. And rightly so. There was nothing more to do there, and he knew he was going to hit it. It was just, there was no sense spending any more time over it. There was nothing he could do to make a better play at it. Efren fell a little short of the mark, and now he's going to have to muscle up, and this adds quite a bit of difficulty to the shot. The speed looks pretty good. Oh, great shot. Great shot. Staggered just a little bit, but this late hour, believe me, you got to be hitting it pretty good for them to go. Where does this guy get the energy from? That's absolutely...
Don't ask me, Mark.
He's going to take the... Unbelievable. Crowd's going to go wild here.
Efren Reyes takes the lead at 112, 111. Raised to 120.
And this was a game that was set up by Efren's break as well. I don't know if you remember, but it was a safety off the break. And Earl had to just come up and kick at it. Do you remember that situation, how we were talking about? Earl was getting some of those earlier, even though it wasn't a break and run out. It was established because he got a ball in on the break and made the tough shot, tough safety. And then Earl kicked and hit it and left it for a shot, and he ran out again.
Efren Reyes, after a very long time, is in the lead.
Got the momentum. I think he really feels like he's in command. He's moving a lot freer around the table. Got a little spring in the step.
Well, I've got a confession to make, Mike. During that last break that we had about 2 hours ago, some people were telling me that Efren looked like a beaten man, and I tended to believe them.
I would concur. Yeah, I would concur. He definitely did. Well, you don't get to be the great champion that he is and have any quit in you at all. And I've seen him come back from a lot of deficits before. To include tonight, when we came in here and he was trailing 7 games, I still felt like he had a real live chance to win this match.
But when he fell back by 17 at such a late point,
I was convinced then that the only thing that he could do, we talked about it earlier. The balls weren't going in on the break, and that was the only way he was going to have any chance at all to get back into this match. And after 200 games, I had no reason to believe that by 220 they would be, you know. Here he's breaking and running out again, looks like. Look at this speed control, perfect.
Efren Reyes now with a 2-game lead at 113 to 111. 7 games away from wrapping this up. But of course we cannot count Earl Strickland out because at this point everything is up in the air, I guess.
Well, I think the host feels like he's getting his money's worth here as well. Hey, look at the grin on his face. I don't think he could be any happier with the way this is going.
Just won't go.
I can't tell what kind of a shot Earl has here. I don't know if he has a real good shot or maybe he's hooked. I don't know. He may have to push out. I know just how Earl feels. That you sit there and you endure a barrage like this, and then it's your turn. You don't have a shot. You know,
but Efren's been faced with that kind of situation.
He's faced adversity.
Match long.
That's absolutely correct. Now, even though Efren may not be able to shoot directly at the 1 ball, these are the type of situations that favor his style of play, where he can kick to the rail, feather the 1 ball down to the table, and get safe. He's going to try to bring the cue ball back between the 4-6 and move the one ball slightly closer to the pocket.
Take a break. Take a break.
Yeah. I'm certainly glad we're getting this on tape because this is just going to be unbelievable stuff.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah, he had a shot there. He's going to be all right.
will the number 2 pose a problem here?
Oh, no, it looks like it goes there. I'm transitioning from the 3 to the 4. It looks like it could be a little bit tricky, depending upon what he can do with the 2 ball here. Nice. He's not happy with it because it went a little too far, but that was still a good shot from where he was at. He just didn't get the perfect lie. There's a couple shots at play here that none of them are easy. You could try to play the 4 ball into the rail and in the back of the 4 and into the pocket off the 5. That was the shot I was describing, and he hit it particularly well. I don't know what he hasn't come out with much luck here. He's got another real tough situation. He's going to have to hit the fine edge of the 5 ball and turn the cue ball loose, and it makes this shot extra difficult. You don't know where the cue ball's going to end up. But he's hit it like a champion, and he certainly deserves a reward for that shot.
He has certainly responded to every situation that has come up in the last few games. You know, at lunch today, Efren was telling me that a protracted battle would favor him. Some people were doubting that statement because of,
He's miscued, and do you know that's the first miscue we've had this entire event?
Efren Reyes has a 2-game lead at 113, 111. And it just happened at that point where every shot counts.
That's a great shot. That's a great shot. Looks like you're shooting a bowling ball at a thimble after you're sitting there for so long.
And Efren Reyes now with a 1-game lead, 113, 112, will be back.
Strickland set to break the balls. He made a ball and he's going to get a shot.
A couple of them, as a matter of fact.
And now the 2 and the 3 have lodged up into the pocket here where Earl's going to have some kind of work to do. He's terribly disappointed about this.
As well he should.
Wow, what a great try. What a great try.
Oh, yes. Well, these players have just been coming up with shots that boggles the imagination.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. Oh, I don't think Earl's going to like the outcome of that shot. Not at all. That's try to half pocket, slide it on the rail, bank shot. That was a all or nothing. Earl's going to get a golden opportunity to get back in control.
Efren Reyes still has the edge at 113, 112. But whatever the outcome of this match, Mark, the big story is going to be how Efren was able to come back from 17 games down late in the match.
Oh, it's unbelievable what he's accomplished.
But he's looking good. He's feeling good.
Well, this will be the magic act of all time.
And, you know, I sort of saw a look of fatigue in Efren's countenance about an hour or two ago. It's gone. It's gone.
Yeah. The weight of what's going on is getting me feeling like anything. I'm just sitting here. Hey?
I know.
Okay, the score is now 114 to 112. Reyes has set the break, and his break has been working unbelievably good. And look at this. He's going to pick up a roll. He's going to pick up a roll, and much to the crowd's delight.
Yes.
And this has been a protracted bit of bad luck for Earl.
Well, I tell you, Efren has had his share of that
Oh, definitely.
for most of this match.
Probably for most of the last 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Spectacular cut shot, and I think he's going to be rewarded with some type of a shot at the 9-ball here. I'm pretty sure that's what he was playing for.
He's going to make a play for it?
Well, he's a little off angle. He may choose a different option. He may choose the safety. He chose the safety. When he played the ball on the side, though, he was hoping to get up a little bit back for a better shot at the 9. If it had laid a little better, I'm sure he would have shot it. Strickland was going to attempt a jump shot. A masse shot. And he made a great shot.
What's Efren going to try now, Mark?
He's going to kick from the long rail, and he's for sure going to hit it. It's just a question of whether he gets lucky enough to make it. No, not too lucky.
Oh, Earl comes up with a marker. You tried. Earl Strickland is behind by 2 games, 114 to 112. A situation that I feel he's not used to as far as this match is concerned.
Well, you're exactly right, and believe me, that weighs in. It's unfamiliar ground. You remember how earlier in the match we were saying that when you're trailing, these shots are a lot harder.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't make it look like it's any difficult than a practice run at this juncture. On his way to cutting the lead down to only 1. Earl Strickland trails 113, 114 in a race to 120.
Well, what Strickland needs to do is reestablish some momentum here, and this is the best spot for him to do it, and it's in the breaking. Now the cue ball got away from him a little bit. He's made 3 balls again. The same scenario that we've seen time and again. He's real effective on that.
Well, that particular department of his game hasn't gotten away from him.
That's a great shot.
Are we seeing who the better pressure player is at this point?
This is still plenty challenging. Yeah, he's got a tough road to hoe here. Shoot to a blind pocket. He's staying down real good on the balls. Do you notice that, Ed? Since he's made his comeback, his body's been completely still through those shots. Earlier, he was kind of fidgeting around just a little bit, and it was costing him. And what we're seeing is just pure tenacity. There's both these players are just standing toe to toe, playing top caliber pool.
I tell you, this guy just doesn't give up. Efren Reyes up again by 2 at 115, 113. Reyes just needs 5 more games.
And Strickland just needs 7, and both well within either one of their possibilities of being able to knock that many games off in one visit to the table. There's the one on the side.
Bit of body English.
Yeah, he was hoping for some sort of a shot there. Now he's got a little problem here because the 5 and the 6 look like they're laying over by the rail pretty close to the pocket. And if he tries to roll out, push out, take a foul to the end of the table, that represents a pretty big lucrative looking target for the cue ball to glance off the 2 and carry him into the 6 and make the 5.
You want to run that by me again?
Okay, the 6 and the 5 look to be aligned with the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
So if he's going to take a foul, he nearly has to push out to somewhere where he can hit the 2 ball, and the most likely place would be to the other end of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Because the 6 and the 5 are there, that makes it awfully difficult because it'd be a lucrative looking target for Earl to shoot at. See, he's put a real intelligent shot here. What he's done is gone ahead and made a mess of the 5-6, so that will have to be dealt with no matter what. And even if he turns the table over, it's not likely it's going to be an easy run out for Earl. Oh, tremendous shot. Tremendous shot.
A real legal shot. Does Earl have a shot here?
Well, yeah, I'm sure he does. So he can at least go rail first and hit it. And that was a very difficult shot to make as an offensive shot, but he could hit it. Now, Efren does have a pretty good offensive shot. Efren's kind of weighing up the 5-6. I'll have to do something with him with the 4 ball. That will be the ball he'll choose to either move the cue ball into him or possibly play the 4 off the edge of the 5. But I don't think he's going to do that because the 5's frozen to the cushion and the likelihood of a double kiss is much larger when that 5. Otherwise, I think we would see him play it that way. He already knows what he wants to do.
Oh, he certainly has shown that determination and decisiveness.
He's going to follow to the end rail and come back into the 5 and the 6. Now. Well, Efren's got a little bit of a chance here anyway. The balls are a mess. He's going to shoot softly. He's not going to dislodge the 5 for sure. He may give a ball in hand, but what will happen if he does? What will happen is if Efren does give a ball in hand, Strickland will play yet again another safety. Oh, great safety. Oh, no foul, no foul, no foul.
Well, we can always go to the videotape if that's...
Yeah. We've had an interesting turn of events here. Now we're into tactics here with this game.
Same thing. If I hit the ball and hit the route,
Efren's confronted with a difficult kick situation, and he's weighing going up and down the table or across the table. Thinking of kicking over here by where he's cueing at. And there is a possibility of making the 6 that way, but it's also much harder to make the hit if he goes the long way. Well, maybe you can see the edge of the 5. Looks like he's cueing up like he maybe can. He's motioning like he'd like to bank the 5 over to the 7 ball or put the cue ball on the end rail. Now this is a delicate shot because he's going to have to grade so lightly on the 5 ball. That's a spectacular execution. Just spectacular.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh.
Great hit. Great. That was a very difficult ball to hit. And Efren's confronted with yet another very difficult situation to deal with.
Efren showing again one of those rare moments of emotion that he allows the public to see.
Yeah, this is tough. He's going to have to take on the offensive shot, I think. Oh, he played the combination. That's just a massive shot. That was a massive shot that he just played.
I'll tell you, Mark, I'm just overwhelmed by what's happening here, and you'll have to forgive me if I turn into a spectator here.
Yeah, I have on a couple occasions caught myself sitting here with my mouth agape and just enjoying the proceedings. I think it's senseless to try to edit this. I think we need to keep it all intact. The entirety.
This particular stretch has really been one big lesson.
Well, he's gotten awful straight. He's got a big problem. He's got a big problem. Yeah. He's got the stroke that can get him out of this jam, but boy, he's going to have to really do something here. Incredible shot. Incredible shot.
Again, he makes it look all so simple.
And that 9 ball was by no means easy. That was a tough shot after all those other tough ones.
Efren Reyes now with a 3-game lead at 116 to 113. Let me off a while, okay?
Yeah. They've now played 129 racks, and there's only 3 games separating these great champions. Reyes is set to break. Stop the cue ball dead center of the table. He's been rewarded handsomely. Reyes has a pretty good layout of the balls there.
after that last rack, anything's possible for this one. I think there's a fair chance he's going to go ahead and clear up the table. Now from this position, it looks like he may have to clip the 9 just slightly. He was able to avoid the 9. That certainly makes his task a lot easier. He's obtained an ideal angle on the 6 ball to transition from the 6 to the 7. He's definitely picking up momentum as we go. Perfect shot. Perfect alignment. Efren Reyes has yet again broken around the entire table. Yet another.
Efren Reyes is just unbelievable here. Just when everybody had given him up for lost, Efren Reyes goes about his way and stupefies everyone.
Well, he's assembled a barrage of break and runouts, which is normally Earl Strickland's game, and this has been the run of the tournament. He needs 3 games, and Strickland now needs 7 games to defeat him. Oh. He's got that one ball going on the side. Well, he's come up just a hair short here, and he's going to have to really dig down, make a nice thin cut shot.
No problem there.
He made it look easy, but there was plenty of challenge to it. I was thinking of dealing with the 6 ball. The 6 ball won't be easy to negotiate either. The combination will be a possibility. It's just that when there's that much distance between the 2 balls, if you don't obtain a perfectly straight in line to hit that, the shot becomes infinitely more difficult. And so consequently, players primarily good ones don't play for combinations of this type. This would be a big rack. You can somehow find a way to get this 6 out of the way. Now the path that Efren's thinking of taking is he would like to land the cue ball on the side pocket side, the far side pocket side, and use spin, but it's very iffy because of what the cue ball will do if it caroms into the 7, 9, or 6. And it's at best about a 50-50 proposition that he's faced with here. And no matter how good your control, you're still subject a little bit to the whim of the table. Now it looks like he's using some left English to try to take that out of there. And it was an intelligent decision.
What does that do now?
Well, I think there's a possibility he could play the 6 all the way in the corner and billiard at the 9, try to make the 9 ball here with a carom shot. And this is going to be a big turnover for Earl.
Oh, yes. Efren Reyes with a 4-game lead at 117, 113. But Earl Strickland is presented with a golden opportunity here.
good position on this shot. He's done so.
And Earl Strickland needs 6 games to win this match. Efren Reyes needs 3, but Earl Strickland will come up to the break.
Well, it's well within Earl's capability of running 6 racks here.
Oh, we've seen that.
Yes, time and again, he's had many flurries in this thing, and the way it's shaping up now, Ed, I would venture to say that we're going to have a 119-119.
Certainly wouldn't be surprised to see that.
Earl's made the 2-ball on the side. He hasn't been very fortunate here in the last hour and a half of getting the shot. Well, I look for Efren to pass this shot back to him. This is little or no hope of being a killer safety. Such a difficult shot. And Earl's attitude is such he may not spend much time lining up. It looks kind of like he's in the mode to just go ahead and flail and take a chance. He's kind of irritated with the fact that he hasn't been getting much for good offensive opportunities off the break. Efren hates to do that because then he subjects himself to just wide open luck, and Earl's in the mindset where he's just going to slam it in, I think. And I think that's what he's thinking. But I still think it's going to be the right play if he does it. No. He'd like to thin the 1-ball over and bring the cue ball behind the 7. So an awful lot can go wrong with the shot. Well, no, he wasn't playing that. Yeah, he wasn't playing that. And you can see where the position of the 1-ball is, or the cue ball is, see. He made the safety that he wanted to make. But, fortunately, he inadvertently knocked in the 8. And now Efren's taking a couple deep breaths here, and I'm sure nerves has got to play a big part in this, Eddie. Both players have to be pretty damn nervous right now.
Well, considering the way I feel, I can't imagine what is going on in the players' inner systems at this juncture.
He's got a mass save for a safety here. He's hit just a spectacular shot. He hit the proper side of the 1, and even though Earl's going to have a play to come back at him, that wasn't bad. He was hooked behind the 7, so. And really, I can say that was maybe the only time in the entire match that I disagreed with Efren Reyes' shot selection. I think he should have passed the roll out back.
Why do you think that, didn't he?
Well, he didn't want to subject himself to Earl getting up there and just firing at the balls and messing them up and maybe slop something in. And because Earl is clearly, he's very irritated and impatient. He hasn't really had much of a shot for almost 2 hours now. Look at this safety. What a shot. I think you'll see what I mean. He's not going to spend much time. He's just going to go ahead and pop at it now. He's in that mode where
You know,
Called it.
look at this, the 9 ball. And players are definitely dangerous when they're in that mode. It's like a wounded elephant, type thing. Especially a guy with the firepower that Earl Strickland has. Came very near to making the 9. Well, it looks like Efren's going to try to take on the 1 and the 9 here. Or for sure the 9.
Got it.
Well, bad luck scratch. Fouled it in. And this is a big turnover, a big turn of events here. And that was a real nice shot. Even though he had ball in hand, they get the cue ball to maneuver like that. He's still honed into this match. That was played the perfect trajectory for the position.
Earl Strickland admonishes the crowd for applauding. He says, "Don't cheer for me." But well, he wins the game and is down by only 2 now at 115, 117. Race to 120, and you just might be accurate about your prediction about 119 all.
I'd made mention of that earlier in the week. I don't think on the air, but
I'd hate to do it, but I might just give you a kiss.
Earl Strickland needs 5 games. Efren Reyes needs 3. Well, Earl's got the lucky roll here. He didn't make them all, and the 4 and the 2 are virtual cinches. And this is going to force Efren into a tactical situation that's not going to be easy to handle. He's going to almost certainly have to roll out, and he's almost going to certainly have to disturb the 2-3 alignment when he rolls out to attempt to deprive Earl of the possibility of a nice little 3-ball combination shot. Well, the 2-ball must not go that readily, or he probably wouldn't push out like this. Now, the little speeches that Earl gave between racks, I think that was a motivational thing. I think he was building up some extra energy here, trying to. I don't think he even knows the words he chose. I think he was just saying it and thinking about what he's going to do with his next opportunity at the table. Well, he made the 2-ball. That was what I was afraid of after might give up. Earl's it was a real difficult ball pocketing shot. He absolutely couldn't have hit it any more purely than what he just did. It just this late hour to still have command over the accuracy of your cue like that is what makes him Earl Strickland. Earl's negotiated this run out quite freely.
Oh, yes.
Not showing any signs of nerves.
Well, you guys are looking for drama. You've come to the right place. Just a one-game lead now for Efren Reyes, 117 to 116, in a race to 120 over 3 nights of competition here at the Ridgeways Bar and Restaurant in Hong Kong. Ed Bixon here for Vintage Sports, together with Mark Wilson, and we're way past 3 o'clock in the morning, but everyone is wide awake.
Oh yeah. It's positively unbelievable, and at the end of 233 games, we can't find any kind of a decisive winner. Maybe we should extend the format.
Are you kidding? You must be kidding. But the way these two guys are playing, they could play all night.
Well, it appears that it's going to be tied up after this rack.
Mhm.
No problem. Yeah, he's got a pretty good angle to get back down table there. And we're going to be tied. 117, 117.
Even Strickland, folks. 117 all. In a race to 120.
You said you wanted close, Bob. I didn't know what you really meant. I didn't want it. I didn't want it to be that way.
117 all in a race to 120 between Earl Strickland of the United States and Efren Reyes of the Philippines. Strickland at the break, and cue ball flies off the table.
Well, that wasn't very fortunate for Earl. It was a bad time to lose his focus on the break. But you play this long, and you're bound to have times when that occurs. And Efren certainly scratched him the break a few times as well. When you play this volume of games, the luck has a chance to balance out pretty good.
And, well, for such a long time, Efren was waiting for that to happen, and it seems that everything is evened out here in the closing stages of this match.
Yeah, for the longest time, it seemed like he was never going to get a chance to really exert himself. He was going to have to always fight from deep down in the hole. Made a nice shot there. Had just enough speed that he wouldn't scratch. And the layout of these three balls is nearly identical to what Strickland had last try. We got a problem, maybe. It's negotiable. He's going to have to hit slightly downward on the cue ball. We no longer have any problems.
That has been adequately addressed by Efren Reyes, who now takes another one-game lead and 2 games away from snatching the $100,000 pot from Earl Strickland. Score 118 Efren Reyes, 117 Earl Strickland.
The fans all have big grins on their face. If you look around, they're just so happy to see this match come down like this. No one expected it to end up not being a decisive victory for one player or the other. Efren's lost its power on the break a little bit. The 3-ball will be the right now the early stopping point in the rack. Strickland's lost the cue ball here. He may scratch it. Yeah.
Oh.
Had he moved the balls, we'd have had a problem there. Would have had the result in a loss of game. A very foolish thing to do at this juncture of the match.
Well, in that interview, you
Oh, Efren missed with ball in hand.
oh. That interview you made with Earl Strickland earlier, he said he didn't care, and is he just trying to live up to that statement?
No, this man has some problems. Or if he doesn't, then the whole world does. However you want to look at it, that's his viewpoint anyway. Now we're getting some turnovers here. It's really a shame to see the attitude dictate the quality of play deteriorate at this stage of the game.
It certainly leaves a bad taste in the mouth, Mark. I'll tell you that.
Well, he may be out of his control. The one made a terrific shot. Really, to this point, well, even now, there's never been a match played at this high of pace or level, or this many games. Have anything happen to that between now and the conclusion is just a terrible shame. There really won't be a loser here tonight. Efren doesn't want to have to play a combination. He's confronted with a situation where he nearly has to go for the combination. He will try to get the cue ball near the rail on the opposite side of the side pocket from where the cue ball rests now. Well, he's going into the ball. He's going to break him out. And that was a pretty dicey maneuver. Now he's going to have to use a big stroke to get over on the opposite side of the table because he's so straight in. Well, he's not going to quite get there. He's clearly feeling the heat of the moment. He's lining up to make a very thin cut shot. He's made it. He's made it.
Yes.
And Efren will be the first to reach 119.
Mm-hmm. Yes. A 2-game lead and just 1 game to go for Efren Reyes. And a tremendous comeback in this game.
Well, he really had to use some determination to get out that rack, and I guess you see why he's the master. He broke those balls out when he wouldn't have had to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But he knew the probabilities of him getting proper position for the combination and making it versus the going the way that he did, and he knew there was some risk in both, and he chose the one that was the best option. And that's a case where, although I told you earlier, I second-guessed his opinion on a shot. For sure he did the right shot. Well, Efren has failed to find the mark here.
Mm-hmm.
It appears that he's Earl's gone in to give up a stroke. He's absolutely gone in to give up a stroke. This is ludicrous. He's going to scratch on this shot, and justifiably so. Yeah. Even though he made those 2 balls, neither one of those was the proper way to play it, and he was just he's absolutely given up. His only way to win there was if the pool guns would have just dipped down and give it to him, because he was in no mind frame to.
Well, the crowd has certainly turned against Earl Strickland.
Well, I don't think that's really, I don't look at it that way. I think he's turned them against him.
Yeah. But as Earl Strickland said in that interview you conducted with him earlier, he doesn't care.
Oh no, he cares. I have to disagree. He wouldn't go through all this tirade, and he wouldn't wait till he got to 117.
No. He cares very dearly. He cares too much.
Earl Strickland had a 17-game lead right after a 30-minute break, where most of the people here just didn't give Efren Reyes a chance to come back.
I'm absolutely out of words.
Efren Reyes wins it. He wins it. And I'm not going to say anything else, Mike. Efren Reyes has just said it all for us. We'll have the awarding ceremony in just a short while.
What an exciting match. I think everybody here had all their money's worth tonight, and let's have one more round of applause for both great players. Very good. Yeah, lucky. Efren said he's lucky. Well, we have concluded the play, and I will attempt to be brief in closing with some recognition and thank yous. I know everybody here is a little bit tired. The first and most important people to mention, interestingly enough, happens to be each and every one of you. As spectators, you have been generous with your interest, patience, and cooperation, and I sincerely appreciate your company throughout this whole weekend. This morning, and this was a long time ago, 6 a.m., I woke up with the cable news network, CNN, playing highlights from last night's action here at Ridgeways in Hong Kong, and I was just captivated. This is shown every half hour throughout the United States and the whole world as well. And everybody in the whole United States has their eye on this place for this match. I am overwhelmed with the results and professionalism our marketing team from API Prism has produced. And a specific thanks to Mark for making my role easier and fun. Next, our television people from Vintage Sports in the Philippines. You guys deserve a statue or memorial for tackling the logistical nightmare of a short notice at an unknown site. You guys produced outstanding footage without complaint of our limitations. It is your can-do attitude that compels me to express my love for your enthusiasm. And a special mention to host commentator Ed Pingso, smoothing out my mistakes and making me look as professional as he is. The staff here at Ridgeways deserves some notice, including the cooks. It's always first class here, and thank you for your tireless effort. The referees, let's have some applause for sure. The referees and scorekeepers have the most stressful and thankless tasks. Both head referee Neil and head statistician Ollie have worked countless hours behind the scenes. Thank you, guys. Next, I would like to thank the terrific models here to add style and credibility to this event. You are not only beautiful, but intelligent, and that fact is important when you are surrounded by billiard players. As a fan of pool, this match has been too good to be true. We have all won here this evening, thanks to this man's selfless interest in promoting the greatest pool match ever. He has assured his place in pool history thanks to his commitment to making pool a sport spectacle. On behalf of the billiard world, and especially myself, I would like to thank very much Mr. Bob Moore. In just a moment, we'll let Bob have a word with you. But there's somebody else that's very important, Bob's lovely wife, Joanne. She has faithfully supported and sacrificed for his endeavors, and I thank you, Joanne. Well, this brings us back to where our attention has been over the last 3 nights, the players. Both have delivered performances befitting the glamorous setting and verbal superlatives we have given them. For our first champion and runner-up tonight, Earl Strickland, yes, you can play. Congratulations. For winner of the $100,000 prize and the title of the greatest 9-ball player on earth, Efren Reyes, you truly define champion. Congratulations, my friend. And now let's have Bob come up and have a word, maybe hand out some money.
Well, I'm renowned for short speeches, actually. I think Mark said it all, really. Who would have envisaged such a result, such an ending, such a comeback? This was done for pool. I mean, that might sound a cliche, but both players won tonight. Both held their heads high. Before the match, I did state that I would be holding almost certainly another event. Well, I can state that I almost certainly will not, and that is because a match a century is a match a century. Let's give another round of applause for the players. They made this possible.
Well, I guess it's time to present the check. We want Bob up here, right? Bob, I know we wanted you for some pictures. Get Bob up here for some pictures.
Then on the other side, please. So,
would you mind all moving along that way? I've got rather nasty lights in the background. Thank you very much. That's perfect. Okay, can we have Bob and Efren next door to one another, please? Thank you. Okay, and can you tip it forward a little bit? That's good. All right. Okay, here we go. Big smiles this way, please.
Thanks again to everyone for making this a special weekend for me. Get Efren to say a word. Maybe we can just get one word with Efren here. I'm sure that won't be much more than that.
I would like to thank the one watching us and of course the one who putting on this event, and of course our sponsor, Jose Pompit Puyat. Thank you very much.
All right. Well done. We'll see everybody in March at the World Cup. Let's party.